Before we begin this omnibus edition of Happy Times and Places, which is the second part of the Daleks Masterplan, so if you haven't heard the first, episodes 1 to 6 are on the previous edition, so please listen to that first. But before we continue, I would like to just spend a few moments talking about the guest, Ian K. McLachlan, who kindly guides us through the Daleks Masterplan from the Christmas special episode 7 right to the end, this time around. When this podcast was being released, because they are released after they are recorded, sometimes they sit in the vault for a while, Ian sadly passed away during the broadcasts. And so I didn't have time within those to pay much of a tribute to a man who I was keen to get on these podcasts because he was a fan of Yore, one of those hallowed names from the early days of Doctor Who fandom. He, like Jeremy Bentham, always seemed to have a sort of scholastic edge about him. These guys weren't just geeks. They were educated, they were erudite, and crucially, not only had they seen all of Doctor Who, well, Ian sadly missed episode 7 of Marco Polo, but they had written and corresponded with many of those great names from our shelves who'd contributed to the television series, but, at the dawn of fandom, had passed away. Ian, I think, had letters from William Hartnell. Those fans, they interviewed David Whittaker, Douglas Camfield, names that were, the names of ghosts by the time that people like me were consuming all of those fastidiously put together tomes collating the past victories of Doctor Who, written up with a mixture of research, going through paperwork, and memory. These guys were there at the time, and they shared their expertise, their knowledge, their joy, all of the very early things that we knew about the development of the show and its history and the people behind it was due to the hard work of people like Jeremy Bentham and Ian K. McLachlan. So I was so keen to get Ian on board. I wasn't sure what people would make of him. Doctor Who fandom is now young, exciting, creative and thrusting. Ian was bookish, gnome-like, slightly pedantic, an old white man. And so I was delighted when I started releasing these Dalek Masterplan episodes, which were a challenge because, it was the longest Doctor Who story of the 60s, and most of it was missing. I knew it was going to be hard. I'd put off doing it. And yet, Ian's enthusiasm and his memory and the way that this stuff clearly cast a spell on him was infectious to the listeners. I got so much feedback from people saying how much they'd enjoyed his contribution. And so it saddened me greatly to discover as I was releasing these, or just after, I think I found out just after the last episode of this had been released, that Ian had died a couple of weeks before. So episodes were released posthumously without me actually knowing that. And it's a shame the last time I'd corresponded with Ian, I'd been so thrilled with what I'd been doing with him and with Daleks Masterplan and with the feedback it was getting that I asked him to do another, which was kind of breaking the rules. Not many people have done more than one. And I've certainly not gone back to anybody and asked for a sort of follow-up. But I said, is there another story that's missing that you could give us that kind of insight to? And he chose the Savages. And the last time we corresponded, he said, I'll do the Savages for you shortly. He knew he was poorly. We knew he was poorly. But he didn't have a chance to do it, sadly. So the Savages and Ian's memories of it will not be featured live from his lips in Happy Times and Places. But bless Robbie Dunlop of the Dwas and of the TARDIS magazine, who I was corresponding to about Ian, and Robbie said that, Ian had sent him his memories of the Savages. And so when I do come to do the Savages, I'll be reading those out. Thanks to Robbie for that. I think that's a really kind, nice gesture. So whoever does choose the Savages will have to share the spotlight with Ian K. McLachlan, and I think that's only right. I hope you enjoy Ian's contribution to this, and I'm glad that we were able to get him to talk about so many episodes of Doctor Who. And I wouldn't be so bold as to dedicate this to his memory, because he left behind far more important things than a vocal contribution to one of many Doctor Who podcasts. He did so much early research into the show. He had lots of very close friends from those early days of fandom and beyond, but, you know, proper close friends who knew him very, very well, rather than people like me who were lucky enough to encounter him at the odd convention and speak occasionally online. And he had a real life outside of Doctor Who. He was a man of great faith, and he was a teacher and inspiration to lots and lots of younger people. So those are his proper totems. This was just something he did, and he enjoyed doing it, and he sprinkled some magic upon it. And so I don't think I can dedicate this to his memory, but I'm glad that it preserves it in some small way in some tiny corner of the internet, and associated with that show that he loved so much, Doctor Who. So thanks to Ian K. McLachlan, 1953 to 2022. A very warm welcome to you all to this omnibus edition of Happy Times and Places, which is a positively inclined Doctor Who episode commentary podcast in which I, Toby Hadoke, watch a Doctor Who story and try to guess what my special guests' favourite things about it are.
Hello, I'm Ian McLachlan, and I have been a fan of Doctor Who since the 30th of November 1963, when I saw the repeat of An Unearthly Child. I was interested in joining the Doctor Who fandom, and I was in the Doctor Who fan club when Keith Miller ran it, and then I joined DWAS, and for a couple of years I was in charge of the writers' pool in DWAS, and I did interviews with various people, and I interviewed people via letters for the TARDIS magazine. I was delighted to be asked to contribute to the New Look TARDIS that the DWAS are doing, and I have written for a couple of the TARDIS yearbooks as well, or the Doctor Who Appreciation Society yearbooks. Now, the story I have chosen is the Dalek Masterplan. I chose that because it was partly written by my favourite Doctor Who writer, Terry Nation, and I particularly liked his serials, Keys of Marnus, which is my all-time favourite Doctor Who story, The Chase, and Dalek Masterplan. Now, all these three serials have in common is they don't stay in the same place in time and space. They move to different locations, and I've always enjoyed stories that have done just that. So we come to Dalek Masterplan, and we could go through the episodes, and I'll tell you what I particularly like about them.
Ho, 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 it's Christmas, except it's not, whenever you're listening to this. If you're a non-patron, you definitely won't. Well, I don't think you'll be listening to this at Christmas time. I hope not, because that means you'll have had to wait a year for it. Patrons definitely won't. I'd planned to record this around Christmas time. I started my quest for the Daleks Masterplan in the build-up to Christmas, but I record this on the 6th of January, so I missed out on being festive, but it's sort of appropriate because I'm doing Doctor Who's only Christmas special of the classic era. In the first year since Doctor Who came back, that looks like, at the time of recording, we're not going to have a festive season special. So we've already lost the Christmas special. Well, I say lost, but gained the New Year special. But it looks like this year we're not going to have any festive special at all, because at the time of recording, Doctor Who's going to be celebrating the BBC centenary and then not coming back until it celebrates its own 60th birthday. So I suppose appropriate then that well, no, not really. It's not appropriate. I'm doing this now. I'm trying to make sense of the fact that I didn't. My timetable didn't work out as I thought. Anyway, it doesn't matter. It's the Feast of Stephen. It's a funny old thing. I'm not sure it's funny in the way that it intended. Let's see if I enjoy it. Let's talk through the Feast of Stephen. I am watching it on the Loose Cannon Reconstruction, which you can find in various dark corners of the universe. Or you can just listen along as I talk to the pictures of the reconstruction of this lost episode, which I'm going to press play on in 3, 2, 1. So this always came with this I read about in a Doctor Who: A Celebration as this was the first episode of Doctor Who to be destroyed by the BBC, and it almost made it feel quite personal. And it turns out it probably was. Although Gavin Rymel has just done a podcast about whether it was likely to be recorded or come back or whatever, because for a while it was suggested this was never even struck a print of this for BBC Enterprises to sell abroad, so therefore it will never come back. And of course, like many things that were stated once somewhere, some people have read that and gone, well, I don't need to look at that any further. It's a great sounding thing. That's it then. I think people have since looked into it and gone, it may not be as simple as that. I'm inclined to think it's extremely unlikely the Feast of Stephen will ever come back, but I'm not going to put it out of the realms of possibility. Partially because I haven't listened to Gav's podcast yet, and partially because I've written a couple of things about. I've read a couple of things and had a couple of discussions about the idea that a viewing print must have been struck of this in order for it to be okayed, because the BBC hierarchy wouldn't be watching on Christmas Day and making notes and all that sort of thing. So anyway, there are various reasons. But yeah, it's the only Doctor Who Christmas special of the classic era. There's a funny cast to it. So Norman Mitchell, playing one of these policemen, is one of those brilliant sort of character comedy actors who appeared in movies and all sorts, but also I believe he used to just hang around the BBC bar and sort of go anything going, and not just the BBC films as well, and was often a day player on movies. He's got that one of those great sort of character faces, and seemed to not bother whether he had one line or a major supporting part or whatever, and was just sort of always in work. He was the father of Christopher Mitchell, who was in It Ain't Our Fault Mum, and I think they died within a very short time of each other. I think Christopher sadly predeceased his father. But yeah, Norman Mitchell, as I say, who did movies, is one of the. They had this idea, didn't they, of being very fourth wall breaky, and having the cast of Z-Cars in this. And I believe David Rose, the producer of Z-Cars, went, "Not on your Nelly." I believe in the book, don't they get given the surnames of the actors? So Constable Blessed, which I don't really buy. I think they should have given. I don't know. I'd give them the surnames of the characters from Z-Cars. Smith and Weir, Fancy Smith, Jock Weir, etc., etc. Anyway, most of those Z-Cars actors did appear in Doctor Who eventually. Stratford Johns, Brian Blessed, Frank Windsor. Joseph Brady, who played Jock Weir, never did. Jeremy Kemp never did, but Jimmy Ellis did. So Z-Cars and Doctor Who were eventually kind of intertwined, but not at this period in the show. It would have been a bold manoeuvre and I think Doctor Who could probably stand it perhaps more than Z-Cars, which considered itself very, which was gritty and down to earth and realistic and urban, and but then again, Doctor Who is, I know it's for children, but it it's ambitious and it has pretensions for space opera, or serious historical. Well, it's a weird hybrid of a show, isn't it? Because we've just had The Mythmakers, which is definitely deliberately funny. That's the wonderful thing about the show is that it can sustain being, a literary comedy. With classical references one week, and then a pulpy space adventure the next, and then within that pulpy space adventure, an interminable sequence of a man talking about his house disappearing, and it's his greenhouse, and talking about the revels, and it's Reg Pritchard who plays Ben Dahir in The Crusade, which allows for a joke that Hartnell's doing now that is an addition to the rehearsal script. You can sort of see where they've taken bits out and they've added with a different typewriter. And so Hartnell or Camfield, because Douglas Camfield would have cast Reg Pritchard, somebody adds the sequence where Hartnell goes, "I know you from somewhere," and he goes, "Where?" "A marketplace in Jaffa," because he played Ben Dahir in The Crusade. So that's very much I know we break the fourth wall at the end, but that is very much a meta Doctor Who's first meta joke. They're very rare things, and I rather like that. I mean, it's bizarre because nobody had access to cast lists. Nobody would remember. Andy was always he was had a beard and was essentially blacked up and had a turban on in The Crusade, and presumably was not he's Man in Macintosh in the Daleks Masterplan, and yet they throw that gag in. I mean, I don't know if that's madness, but I like it. It's brilliant, but it's because it's the sort of thing that appeals to somebody who reads cast lists and likes spotting people in things. But I'm not sure in 1965 anybody was paying that close attention after several months. But hey, I'm gives me something wonderful to talk about. I love it. Reg Pritchard, and he was one of those actors that did, crops up in Doctor Who twice in very quick succession, and then you sort of go, I wonder what ever became of him. And then he dies in 2013, and it's announced, and you go, I wonder what he was up to, because nobody ever interviewed him. I don't know if my friend Ben Jolly wrote to him, but you sort of do think, what lives did these people have, and why didn't we find them? And that's the same with a lot of the cast of this, actually, as we will discover when I run out of things to talk about and try and impress you with arcane facts. But it's a terrible sequence because of course, Terry Nation was a writer of comedy, famously was writing for Tony Hancock before he got fired. Real kudos to Peter Purvis here for his Liverpudlian accent, which I think he really sustains very nicely and does well. And actually, I don't think any of the others are doing Liverpudlian accents. Jim Sankster, who will be listening. Hello, Jim. I adore you, even though I disagreed with something that you said when I was doing my last AMA. But we're allowed to disagree, aren't we? He may have missed that because he might not have listened, and now because he's listened to this, he's now going to go and listen. Anyway, Jim, I adore Jim. He's a great cultural historian, one builder of wonderful models, excellent guest on this, where he chose the Cave People episodes. But Jim is also from Liverpool and knows a lot about different Scouse accents and will speak far more eloquently, albeit in a Scouse accent, than I, about Scouse accents and their depictions on television, and that the Scouse accent was bred from various Lancastrian things all coming together and blah, blah, blah. Anyway, so, and I think he said to me in a message the other day that Purvis is the only one doing a sort of proper Scouse accent, and the others are all doing sort of various different northern ones. Clifford Earle, who plays the station sergeant, that's just a normal sort of Lancastrian accent, isn't it, that Norma Mitchell's doing. Clifford Earle, who plays the station sergeant, he was really called Ken Earle, but he was one of the soldiers who was experimented upon at Porton Down when a soldier died, actually. and Ken/Clifford campaigned for the rest of his life to get justice for those men who suffered terrible health consequences and fallout as a result of that. He pops up again. Camfield casts him as a military man in The Invasion as Major Branwell, and a relative of Clifford's, Robert Faulkner. I don't know if he's a relative, but I think he might have been a relative or knew him. Who's the guard in Utopia? Said, "Oh, you should do Clifford Earle for Who's Round?" I was like, "Absolutely." And then he went, "Oh, actually, he's just died." So I never got to the bottom of how Robert knew him. But anyway, have a swinging time. I like that. They're actually they're a good. I mean, it's of a particular type. The two constables, played by Norman Mitchell, and the other one's Malcolm Rogers, who's Dracula in The Chase, still about. Long career. I saw him on stage in the Crucible at Regent's Park Open Air Theatre. Still, 50 years in the business, working away. This is Ken Earle, Clifford Earle, and Ken Thornett's the inspector, isn't he? But I like the rather sweet exchange between Norman Mitchell and Sarah Kingdom, Jean Marsh, and he says, "Go on, have a swinging time." I think that's very sweet. There's a lot longer at the police station than I thought, which is no bad thing, because it gets very strange later on, or maybe it doesn't. But this is so far so Christmas fair, a series of misunderstandings, and none of the danger is sort of life threatening. It's all very much of a caper, which is fine. They brazenly paper over the cliffhanger that was left last week and just go, "Oh yeah, it was it's the air's a bit mucky. Don't come out unless you have to. Oh well, we have to. Oh well, there we go. Let's forget about it then." And even in the incidental music's getting in on the act. And so the policemen watch the TARDIS dematerialise. Did they have a reaction? There we go. It's gone. Yeah, he's not being scarce either. Oh. Yeah, so I missed that punchline, whatever Norman Mitchell said when it vanished, but none of the punchlines are great in this, I have to say. It's well, it just goes to show, and this is not to criticize, because as time moves on, comedy tastes change, and dare I say it, comedy, gets more sophisticated. But that said, there is some comedy, of course, from the 60s that stands up brilliantly today. I don't think this does. So but you have to be careful judging comedy from the past for many reasons. Sometimes for reasons of taste, but sometimes for reasons of audience expectation. And I'm certainly not a comedy snob. I talk of Christmas comedy. I find Mrs. Brown's Boys fairly hateful, but I would never. But it's extremely popular, and I would never criticise anybody that makes something that is watched by gazillions of people that people like an awful lot, just because I don't like it. Because it's a skill. However, I don't think this went down particularly well at the time, and it gets very loud from now on. The reconstruction is using the face of Alan Buller from Talons of Weng Chiang, with an added moustache to stand in for Leonard Graham, playing Darcy Tranton, who's the baddie with the buzzsaw, threatening Blossom Lefebvre, played by Sheila Dunn, who better known as Sheila Camfield. So Douglas Camfield's got his wife. No, not better known. She's better known as Sheila Dunn. She was Sheila Camfield. She was Douglas Camfield's wife. So the gag here is that they've landed in a Hollywood studio, but they have mistaken an attempted murder by buzzsaw, circular saw, of Blossom Lefebvre by Darcy Tranton. That's a good name, actually, for a moustache-twirling villain. And I do like... I'd forgotten about these, and so the hunt was on. I do like the silent movie captions. Again, if the comedy is weak, which it sort of is here, MJ Matthews here as Charlie Chaplin, so they see Charlie Chaplin, which is quite funny. And I'd forgotten when I was talking about MJ Matthews being one of the delegates in episode 3, and Jack LaWhite is the other one. Jack LaWhite's in this as an extra as well. So those 2 extras from episode 3 are here. And we got... This is where we get difficulties with some of the actors. David James as the Adam Sheikh, as the Arab Sheikh. Not the same as the football goalkeeper, although sometimes historical research and scholarship with Doctor Who is... I'm surprised there isn't a website that claims that David James, the footballer, was in an episode of Doctor Who that was made probably before he was born. And Ingmar Knörpf here, that's the joke. He's not called Knopf, he's called Knörpf. That's the joke that they do a lot, I seem to recall. Is supposed to be this temperamental European shouty director, and you've got Steinberger P. Green here, played by Royston Tickner, and they yell at each other. There's a lot of yelling from now on. It's very difficult to know quite what's going on, but the comedy is, I would say, not of the subtle, dry aside variety. It's been very well put together by Loose Cannon here, considering the paucity of material available. But Ingmar Knörpf is played by Mark Ross. So David James, Mark Ross, these are common words and names, and it means we don't really know much about those actors, sadly. And there's a high percentage of the actors in this who... and I'd have included Leonard Graham amongst those, but then I remember thinking, Leonard Graham really should look for him. And then suddenly his death was announced, I think, in the stage in 2000. And again, here's another one. You go, I wonder what he was doing. Theatre was his love, it says in his stage. It's just a death notice. It's not an obituary. And the assistant director is Conrad Monk. Now, I do know about Conrad Monk, who I hope is still alive. There's a Keystone Cops sequence here, which has been done very well in the reconstruction. Conrad Monk was an actor who just does this Doctor Who, does bits of Bob's Atelier in the 60s, but he then founded a shop that started making doors and door knockers, and he called the shop Knobs and Knockers. He set it up with another actor, I think a guy called Bob Jennings, in the early 70s, and Knobs and Knockers was a going concern. Is it? And I think that's him. I think that's Conrad Monk. I'm sure he plays the assistant director. Yeah. And he had this shop called Knobs and Knockers, and I think it was a chain. I think there was certainly more than one of them, and I believe he sold the business and became a multi-millionaire. There are a few actors like that in Doctor. I think Tito from the 10th Planet also became a multi-millionaire from selling antiques and stuff like that. But I'll talk about him when I get to the 10th Planet. But I love this idea and I think Conrad Monk might still be out there. Do you know him? If you do, put me in touch. I'd love to tell the story of somebody who's got one appearance in a very odd episode of Doctor Who, who then, and I think the fact he called his shop Knobs and Knockers, which is a better joke than any of the jokes in the Feast of Stephen. But Ingmar Knörpf is quite a big part, and he's this absurd caricature of a European director. But don't know anything about Mark Ross, who plays him. But Hartnell dives into this with great aplomb. To his credit, they all do, actually, the three regulars. Paula Topham as the vamp, yeah. She was still in Spotlight in the 80s, I'm sure. But again, I don't know what became of her. It's, yeah, it's just a sea of noise, isn't it? It's really, really tricky. to discern. So what has happened to Stephen? It's ironic that this is a play on words, the Feast of Stephen, but of course Stephen is spelt with a V, whereas I think the proper Feast of Stephen is spelt with a PH. Considering, I'm sure in Terry Nation's draft scripts for this, he spells Stephen with a PH, so he wouldn't have even been aware of the joke. A strange man keeps. I mean, that's gonna. If you're in any doubt that we're watching a Doctor episode from the olden days, that might be a bit problematic. Sarah's got the line, and a man keeps telling me to take my clothes off, and the Doctor says we've got to get out of here. It's all full of Arabs. I mean, there we go. That's yeah. The past is another country where people who were from another country were played by white actors in problematic makeup. From the pictures, we have a few pictures. They're not telesnaps, but there's one that I'm looking at right now, which is Blossom Lefevre with her mascara cascading down her face. And they were taken by Robert Jewell, who's the Dalek operator. Who has a week off being a Dalek operator and is given a little character plot playing the clown. He's credited as Bing Crosby in some internet resources, but the gag is he's credited as the clown, and he says within the dialogue that he's Bing Crosby. So the chase was on. No, it's not. That was on last year. He said, escaping from the fact that I just got a little bit pedantic there about going, he shouldn't be credited as Bing Crosby on internet resources because his character is clown, even though he is Bing Crosby. Shut up, Toby. And so here we have, Robert Jewell, the Australian actor Robert Jewell, who was playing, has only ever hidden in a Dalek costume. Later he's a Macra as well. But Douglas Camfield, as he so often did, somebody that's either an extra or a small part player, or in Robert Jewell's case, a Dalek, is given just a little moment in the spotlight. And as a result, Robert Jewell got his camera out on Christmas Day and took invaluable off-screen stills from an episode that was never repeated, never sold. There have been now some photos that have turned up of certainly of Gene Marsh on the set, because you can see the buzzsaw and the circular saw and the Hollywood studio set and some of it in the background. But certainly the first photos and only visual record of Feast of Stephen that I saw for many, many years were these snatched photos that were shown in DWB, and DWB was a very interesting, because it was quite tabloidy in the way that it presented itself, and let's not get into the fact that they didn't like John Nathan Turner and stuff like that, but they got these pictures off Robert Jewell and said, and this is amazing because these are photos taken off air, and we got them from Australia, and the episode was never shown in Australia. Now, they knew that the episode was shown in England when the off-screen stills were taken, and they were taken from that viewing, but don't let the facts get in the way of a good story. So then there's a little bit of buzz going, oh, but does that mean that it could exist somewhere in Australia? No, it doesn't. I may have misremembered that, but I'm sure there was something in the article that sort of didn't disclose the whole truth in order to make it seem a bit of a sexier proposition than it actually was. I may have misremembered that, but I don't know. But I don't think I have. Now, the reconstruction has used pictures of William Hartnell from This Sporting Life to play Professor Webster, who the Doctor is mistaken for, because they couldn't find anything else out about the actor Albert Barrington. And Gavin Reimel asked me if I knew anything about him, and I didn't. But then somebody else chimed in, I've forgotten who, and said that actually Barrington might well have been a neighbour of Camfield, because Camfield uses him in a Z-Cars as well. But he doesn't seem to have any record with Equity or with any actor's agent. He's never in any spotlight. So whilst Camfield will also, promote extras, he also might have given his mate a job. which also makes him a bit of a union buster as well. But let's not get into that. A happy Christmas to all of you at home, says William Hartnell. Sometimes claim that was an ad-lib that they could do nothing about. It was recorded on the 3rd of December. It was broadcast on the 25th of December. If they hadn't liked it, they would have had plenty of opportunity not to do anything with it. It's a big old cast for seeing as last week we only had the Daleks, Marvick, Chen and the regulars. Prop man Buddy Windrush is Brian Moseley, of course, who was Alf Roberts in Coronation Street and turns up later in this story as Malfa, but as Brian Moseley. And Steve Makin as the cameraman, who is another one that I've not been able to find anything out about. So it's a really interesting cast of regular old faces to curious people who had interest. Well, look, this is why I'm drawn to the actors. There's always something to find out, and because people are interesting, there's always something interesting to find out. Well, it interests me, and if it doesn't interest you, well, you knew what you came here for. I don't quite know what you came here for, but I'm grateful that you did. So, the Feast of Stephen. Hartnell breaking the fourth wall. It's an inconvenient thing, isn't it? Because it means that Doctor Who knows he's being watched on the television. But I have seen many different explanations for that. It could be him flirting with the master of the land of fiction. It could be him knowing that somebody is watching on the space-time telegraph. Whatever you want. It's whatever you want it to be. I did get asked the other day in the AMA, non-patrons, if you are a patron, there's a monthly Ask Me Anything, where people ask me good questions and I drone on forever. And it's one of the perks, apparently. Whether Hartnell, whether I liked Hartnell breaking the fourth wall, and I'm quite pleased with my answer, in that I hate the fact that I don't like it, but I'm glad that he did it. I don't like it, but I'm glad that it exists in the canon of Doctor Who. So I don't approve of it. I don't think it's right that the actor playing Doctor Who, or indeed anybody, should talk to the audience watching at home, because that immediately says we're now in a fiction. But I'm glad as and I don't mean this word loftily, but as an historian of Doctor Who, as somebody interested in the history of the show and the making of the show, I'm glad that it exists as something we can talk about and get furious about and argue about and come up with theories about and have to wade through documentation about to see if Donald Tosh was right when he said that Hartnell just did it and they were all furious. That's not true. And it is in the rehearsal script in that added type. I said in the AMA, Donald Tosh always said, but that was because that was added to that to reflect what was actually done on the floor. No. If they hadn't wanted it in, they would easily have not had it in. And Wiles was not averse to not letting Hartnell do what he wanted to do, as we will discover as we go on. It's a silly Christmas romp. But I quite enjoyed chatting about it. But I remember when I listened to it, when I first got the soundtrack, listening to it, and it's just loads of yelling. I didn't even mention much about Royston Tickner, did I? Who turns up later, because Michael Bryant's production assistant on this. Michael Bryant was good friends with Royston Tickner, who plays Mr. Robbins, the boatman in episode 1 of The Sea Devils, and was indeed a great man of the sea, which is why he and Michael Bryant are friends, because Mike Bryant is a great man of the sea. I think I talk about Royston to Michael in my Who's Round. And he had a very interesting career that he dropped out of acting, and I think was a publican and a miner, and you can see him playing both of those parts as well as being one in real life. Anyway, the episode stopped. I don't have to dazzle you with actor facts. It's a funny old thing, the Feast of Stephen. I worried I wouldn't have much to say. And it would be really interesting, wouldn't it, to see how the Keystone Cop sequence worked, because Camfield we think of as being an action director, but he's a good director. So to go all out on an episode that's a caper, that's a bit meta, that's a bit daft, that's a bit pop will eat itself and all of that, I think is a really, really interesting prospect, even though I think the scripted comedy is poor, and some of that sort of playing of they have to take my greenhouse or whatever is a little bit sort of dated and of its time, and by of its time I mean of the lower end of the quality of comedy from the time, because there's lots of 60s comedy that's great, that really stands up today, and I don't think The Feast of Stephen is an example of that, and nor would you expect it to be. It's a Christmas Day episode of Doctor Who. It's not Galton and Simpson or Johnny Spate or anybody from the 60s cream of comedy working to the Doctor Who format. Now that would have been interesting if Nation had gone to his pals at Associated London Scripts and said, Spike, or Eric Sykes or any of those people, can you do this week's Doctor Who? Just muck about. So long as they start in somewhere where you can't breathe the air, although actually you don't even need to worry about that, and it ends with Doctor Who wishing everyone happy Christmas, do what you like. Can have a cast of thousands. I think Norman Mitchell's been seen up in the BBC bar. He's got nothing to do. Now that would have been interesting. But I think the comedy in a lot of that proves why Terry Nation was better off writing about ray guns and Daleks. But I quite enjoyed being there while that was on. It's like many a Doctor Who Christmas special. You're trying to watch it and some git's talking all the way through it. I'm not usually the git. I'm usually the person getting annoyed. What's my favourite thing about that? I'm going to say the sort of meta elements, and I'm in danger of sounding very pretentious. That ship may well have sailed. I think that may have sailed and collided with up your own iceberg as well. But I love the You're in the Marketplace in Jaffa joke, just because it's mind-boggling, but I'm really pleased it exists. But because it doesn't work for anybody there at the time, but it absolutely works for me, who was born 10 years after it was shown, and I'm Doctor Who fans and those people, many of whom there are a legion who exist now, who didn't then and wouldn't have been sort of conceived to do so, but the silent movie captions as well, and the fact that it's got the fact that they land in a movie set and they think it's a movie set, and all of and the fact that it could almost have been the Z-Cast cast, So I know I'm eulogizing things that didn't actually happen, but just the whole quest to be a little bit. And I suppose the Doctor wishing happy Christmas is part of that, but as I say, I don't actually like that as a moment, because it makes the whole fragile fiction of Doctor Who that has to be held together, because there's so many unbelievable things. You have to make it real to make it to stop the whole house of cards from falling down. And yet, as I say, I am interested in the fact that it exists, that it was let through, that whatever reason, whoever decided that should happen. I suppose it could have been that Hartnell insisted, and they decided not to fight that battle on the rehearsal floor that afternoon and let it go. So there might be an element of truth in what Donald Tosh was saying. Who knows? And the fact that when Robert Jewell was snapping away, he actually got that moment as well, which I'm delighted about, because it is a key, interesting moment of Doctor Who. And despite the fact that it doesn't exist, and it was unlikely to exist because it was junked so early and blah blah blah, that nonetheless, that was the episode that was being photographed, because there happened to be that actor who happened to never have his face on screen, but this episode he was going to have it on, so he decided to take some photos. And even though he took most of the photos he took of his small bits, he took some photos of the other bits as well, when you could say, well, he's just getting used to framing up so that when he came along, but then he'd gone and he still took a couple more photos, and one of those photos was of the moment that Doctor Who raises his a glass to the screen to wish us happy Christmas in that moment that is, is sort of famously, good, bad, controversial, whatever you want it to be. So I love all of that. I thought, and it's not an episode I would ever have said I liked, The Feast of Stephen, but just sitting here at 2:00 in the morning with Christmas gone, and Christmas has come and gone, and that's another Christmas out the way, and it's always a bit of an anticlimax. So I was a bit blue this morning when I woke up, because Christmas comes, and you go, but at least we got New Year. Then New Year goes, and I go, at least I've got my birthday, which is on the 2nd of January. And then that goes, and then I go, well, that's it for the rest of the year then, isn't it? So I'm always a bit blue of this sort of week, the post-Christmas blues. And actually, it's been a nice little coda to a Christmas time that came and went all too quickly. So, a merry rest of the year. Is it happy, or does he say happy Christmas or happy Christmas to all of you? He says happy Christmas. It's one of those blind spots that I have, because I quite often I present on the radio at this time of year, and I always go, oh, I'll sign off by going, and then I go, is it happy? Is it merry? Is it happy? It's a bit like me with Nightmare on Eden, or whether it's the Sunmakers or the Sunmakers, which are things that I should know and have, but just for somehow always contrive to, just before I decide I know the answer, scramble my brain. But I think it's a happy post-Christmas. As I say, if you're a non-patron, you're probably listening to this in, I don't know, April, May, June, July. But look, a happy any time of year. I'm allowed to break the fourth wall and say happy times and places to all of you at home. Oh, hang on. I haven't got so carried away with doing a good out. And I was pleased with that, because sometimes you hear me straining to go, what's my sign-off? It's got to be something apposite and apt and perhaps a bit of wordplay. I strain at the bit. I haven't actually done what I'm supposed to do, which is get Ian McLachlan's favourite bit. I've got the fact that it's all meta. I'm going to have to come up with a good exit now as well. Oh, well, at least you could tell it's live. It's not live. I could actually just muck about with it in the edit. But I try and keep the edit. It doesn't matter. What does Ian McLachlan like about the Christmas special episode, The Feast of Stephen?
And then we come to The Feast of Stephen, the famous Christmas episode. I remember watching it. I remember where I was when I watched it. I remember feeling that it was different. I was a bit disappointed there was no Daleks in it. But in typical Doctor Who fashion, there was at least one strange thing in it. And that was not the Doctor wishing everybody at home a happy Christmas, though I admit that could have been one of my favourite scenes. It was the reveal that the clown that you saw, played by Robert Jewell, who I knew had had been inside the Daleks before, he was a clown, but he was going to change from being a clown to being a singer to being Bing Crosby. And that was something that you didn't really expect. Even in the sort of flippant, more humorous Doctor Who episode, there was a thread that runs through all Doctor Who is that it's not ever quite what you expect. There's a police box, but it's not a police box at all. It's a space-time machine. And there's other things that the ordinary becomes the slightly unusual. So that, I would say, would be my favourite moment on The Feast of Stephen.
Actually, that's a great choice. And you see, I'm not saying the wood for the trees. I was so annoyed, not really annoyed, but that Robert Jewell played Bing Crosby in the Daleks Masterplan, as you might see online. I don't know if you'd even do see that online, but I'm sure you do. Whereas it's better if he is, if you come to it and he's clown, because then, yes, the end of the gag is he's going to become Bing Crosby, and that's lovely because it then defers a bit of grandeur onto funny old Doctor Who because it's got Bing Crosby in it, and it's a nice little reveal. And Ian's very cleverly tied it in with other elements of Doctor Who, where something that seems quite ordinary is something extraordinary, and the Bing Crosby gag, and it is actually one of the nicer gags because it's not really a joke. It's just a sweet moment actually. But I like Ian tying it in with something ordinary actually being something a bit more special. And yes, of course, because I forgot, because Chaplin's in it. I didn't forget Bing Crosby was in it, but I sort of saw it as the same thing. But actually, Chaplin, I think, is just a visual gag, isn't he? When the actor comes out and waddles off. I once auditioned to play Charlie Chaplin in an advert, and my friend Steve Royal, who's since gone on to do brilliantly on Britain's Got Talent, he turned up as well, and he's got a bit more. He's got the hair. I thought Steve stood a bit more of a chance just because he looked a bit more like Chaplin, and that's fine because you go, oh, well, a mate will get it. And then we were both chatting, and I went, oh, you got this, mate. You look much better. And then a bloke walked in dressed as Charlie Chaplin, and we both just looked at each other and went, why did we even come? So I hope that MJ Matthews, when he auditioned, he won't have auditioned. It just comes through an extras agency. But I wonder if he took the Chaplin costume with him. So there we go. Well, that's the end of the Feast of Stephen, and so I'm going to now go and have the Gaviscon of Stephen, because I've probably overindulged. That's nothing like as good as a payoff as the one I did before, but there we go. Thanks very much for listening / watching, and I will see you in a volcano, which you'll definitely need some Gaviscon to cool down the fires of that. And volcano, yeah. I'm a bit nervous about that one. Okay, till next time. Bye. Well, Happy New Year. That is in the Doctor Who universe when you're listening to this. I'm sure it won't be. As I record this, it's a week late. So this is, 55 years and a week after it was broadcast that I'm watching Volcano, the first Doctor Who New Year's special. I say that as if you've just, I have come off the back of a week ago watching a Doctor Who New Year's special, but you're probably listening to this in the middle of the year, and so me going, oh, the first of the New Year specials. Why are you suddenly talking about the New Year specials? If you're a patron, you're listening slightly closer to that, probably near the end of January, but I'll explain all of that in the closing spiel, because you haven't come here for a plug, you've come here for a volcano. And I will press play. I am watching the Loose Cannon reconstruction. There are probably other ways to enjoy this, if enjoyment is such a thing that can be gleaned from my rabbiting, but I'll leave you to consume this as you will. So let this volcano erupt in 3, 2, 1. And I'm pressing select. Now I'll take... Oh, just go straight into it. Okay. So I'm watching Doctor Who and the volcano. Confession time. Last time I listened to this episode, and I've only done Daleks Masterplan a smattering of times. I really struggled with it. I found the, for want of a better word, guff of the Doctor and the monk on the planet Tygus really tedious. So let's see how much of this episode it takes up. So we pick up without a reprise from last week, because last week kind of never happened. The Feast of Stephen. The story was designed to exist without the comedic Christmas interlude, which I didn't mention in my last week's commentary. Ian McLachlan, my special guest who saw this at the time, did mention, of course, that the Feast of Stephen conspicuously features no Daleks. So the last time, if this had been sold abroad, which actually it wasn't, the last time a supposed foreign viewer watched this, the Doctor, Stephen and Sarah were left sort of saying, oh, the atmosphere outside is terrible. So it'll be interesting to see where they pick up. It wasn't particularly well solved. Nice joke about, yes, we're in Liverpool. But it'll be interesting to see where we pick up on them. But here we are. Things look promising because Salation is speaking for the first time. So in episode 2, he was played by the non-speaking Ian East. Now, in episode 3, I think he probably appeared, played by either MJ Matthews or Jack LeWhite, though neither of those actors were bald, and I know but I suppose Terence Woodfield is probably wearing a bald cap. I suppose Ian East probably was as well. He wasn't a bald actor later in life. Anyway, but let's see. We won't see. We'll never know. But I believe Salation has been in it twice so far, played by two different non-speaking actors. But now we have Salation played by Terence Woodfield, who Doctor Who fans will know from appearing in the Ark shortly afterwards as the weedy, duplicitous slave Maharis. It's interesting how actors like Woodfield appear in Doctor Who a couple of times in very close succession. There's a few actors that pop up in the 60s. Stephen Dartnell in The Sensorites and The Keys of Marinus. And there's a few others who pop up in quick succession, like they're part of the furniture. Because you go, how come they're back so quickly? And then never appear in Doctor Who again. And you think, oh, well, maybe they dropped out of acting. And then you see them pop up elsewhere and go, no, they just happen to be around. It's just coincidence or whatever. Woodfield you can spot in the Tomorrow People. I say you can spot him. He's in the middle of the centre of a loo roll in the big finale that also wastes poor old Percy Herbert. I can't think what it's called now. War of the Worlds. It's not called that, but it's anyway. So here we are with the Doctors. So yeah. So I suppose the viewer would just go, oh, they obviously didn't leave the ship where the planet had that awful atmosphere, and here they are flying through space and time. So that kind of works. I don't quite get this. So Salation's going, why did they choose Trantis? And Marvick Chen basically goes, because he was really helpful. So this presupposes that everybody who's entered into a pact with the Daleks goes that they might just randomly choose to destroy us. It's not like he's been like Zephon, and made a mistake and been an arse. Trantis, to all intents and purposes, has cooperated and presumably has a planet of people back home waiting for, when's Grandpa Trantis coming back with all the riches the Dalek promised? And if he never comes back, what are they? They must be a great power, otherwise the Daleks wouldn't have allied with them. So I find this completely... It's a great demonstration of the Daleks' ruthlessness, but I don't buy it. And I know I'm supposed to be being positive in this, and the positivity is that I like the interplay between Salation and Chen. I like the fact we have in Salation another speaking alien, and he moved very differently in episode 2, as they all had their own specific movements, but he's also got the sort of hissing delivery, and I believe appeared on Junior Points of View or something as well, where he gave Terence Woodfield another gig, which was nice, but I think delivered a line on that as well. The Loose Cannon Reconstruction has done a very nice job presenting him, because for many years Salation was the one Doctor Who alien for whom we had no visual reference, and then it turned out somebody had a picture all along that they decided to keep for themselves alongside 6 Mona Lisas. And I think somebody nab it? I don't know the internecine fan wranglings, but there was a photo that had been around anyway, and it was sort of put in Doctor Who magazine. But I'm sure I got the impression somebody said, but it wasn't supposed to be, and they just did it anyway. I've now seen that. It's a colour picture in Salation, sort of right at the back of the shot. But it means that we had a picture of Salation. I remember seeing it in Doctor Who magazine, going, "Where the hell did they get that from?" Because I don't hang around in the bowels of fan photo research. That makes it sound like a terrible place where all sorts of unseemly people hang about. I didn't mean to. I love it when people turn up photos we've not seen before. But I'm also slightly askance that there are photos that people have that they don't want people to see. But as I'm not fully up to speed with that world, I will not cast aspersions or throw any stones, because I don't know the exact situation. But my understanding is that there are some photos in private hands that I don't know what they're waiting for. Anyway, but I as I say, I like the fact that the story is returning to the delegates, but why haven't they? Marvick Chen's the one that's screwed up. He's given them the wrong Terranium core. They go, but you're played by a charismatic actor and are supposed to be in all 12 episodes. But because especially as the experiment doesn't work on Trantis, who again has done nothing wrong, and so in the end they just and the script says, I think, he comes out and he's relieved that the experiment hasn't worked, and they kill him anyway. Now again, that is great for displaying just how ruthless the Daleks can be, but it means that I don't know why any of these people are collaborating with the Daleks, or even how that works. Now, it may be they've got in too deep, and oh dear. But I suppose you could say, the Daleks don't need to be manipulative because they're just ruthless. So if they decide to kill one of their allies, they will. But I don't know. When David Whittaker's writing the Daleks, they're very, very cunning, and I think that seems to work slightly. It just appeals logically to me a bit more. Here's a moment here for Marvick Chen where he witnesses the death of Trantis, and again, that's just chipping away at his mental armour. I sort of lost faith in my argument as I made it about how unhappy where I am with the treatment of Trantis there. So maybe it is just that they double cross everybody, and that's what makes them ruthless and unkind. So maybe it works, but it's I don't know. I'm not sure I'm 100% convinced by that, but I'm not as cross with it as I was coming into this. Maybe now here's the cricket match, and in some of the documentation I've seen of this, there are extras listed as playing the cricketers, but as far as I can ascertain, the cricket is stock footage, and they even get a board. They wanted a board from the Oval, didn't they? Because that doesn't show the names of the players, something like that. And as a great fan of cricket, in fact, I've done a double podcast on the history of cricket in Doctor Who. Do have a listen to Indefinable Magic. This is beautifully done on the loose cannon reconstruction, where we see the TARDIS and a cricketer looking a bit perplexed. But I believe in the actual episode you just heard the TARDIS, and it's, you have to leave it to their imagination, and it's seen through the eyes and enunciated by the two commentators, Trevor and Scott. Trevor, played by Roger Brierley, Drathro, with whom I was once in a movie, and he told me that he remembered William Hartnell had a chair that nobody could sit in. That is a common memory from people in Doctor Who at around this time. And Scott is played by Bruce Whiteman, but not in the loose cannon reconstruction. I love loose cannon; they're very, very good, and they pay very close attention, even getting the right extras in the back of scene. But they've made a rookie error in this, because Scott is played by Bruce Whiteman, who's also in The Crusade, and plays an RT operator in episode 1 of Terror of the Zygons. But they've used a picture of Hugh Martin, who plays Munro in episode 1 of Terror of the Zygons. Munro is an RT operator, but he's the one who's there at the beginning, who then gets washed up on the shore, and we learn his name. He is Munro. The RT operator appears a bit later and just gets smashed up in a rig, and we never see him again. And that's the one that is played by Bruce Whiteman. So it's an understandable mistake, yet nonetheless it is one. And I only point it out because I know that I'm going to struggle as this episode continues and gets us to the planet Tygus. I love, however, the cricketing gag, but I think that's partially because I grew up listening to Test Match Special. They're not lampooning any particular commentators, but Trevor's sort of jolly, British chatty style is very of a type of English commentator, and I think Scott's sort of laconic Aussie delivery is quite funny, and he's a nice character, and they refer to Ross off screen. Ross is the sort of equivalent of Bill Frindle, who's the sort of statistician, who was always a lovely lugubrious character when I listened to Test Match Special, which is a bit like watching a missing episode of Doctor Who, because how do you enjoy a sport if you can't see it? Well, the wonderful commentators conjure the images, but most of the images have to sort of reside and come alive in your imagination. So it's not unlike what we're doing now. Although we do have pictures here that have been brilliantly put together by the loose cannon team, and more than one should expect, considering there are no telesnaps from these episodes, and this moves along nicely. So I like the cricket gag, and the cricket gag is particularly good because the TARDIS lands and they just sort of take it in their stride slightly, and then the TARDIS takes off again, and and they just sort of go, "Oh right," and on with the cricket. And the cricket, I think, was being played in Australia rather than in England at the New Year. But there's all about that in my cricket indefinable magic, where I go into that game in quite a lot of detail. Now we're on the planet Tigris, and we have less than a second of moving footage of the volcano. I don't know why that survives. Again, I'm sure there's information out there about why it survives, but we have a little bit of a film trim and we've certainly got a photo, haven't we, of the model footage, and they did use some stock footage, and probably, knowing Loose Cannon, that they're using the same stock footage that was used. But this is lovely, and again, we've gone from Planet of the Invisible People. Invisible people were quite a cool thing when I was a kid, to that was an exciting, just in and of itself, something being invisible. In the same way that volcanoes were pretty cool, lava, deadly lava. That's amazing. So these things that blew up and were natural, but that produced this stuff that could sort of burn through buildings and swallow people up, and it was moving fire, basically. Very, very exciting. And I used to avidly read about Krakatoa and those sorts of natural disasters, which were the stuff of movies and adventures. And the monk has arrived. Now this is fun, isn't it? Because the show is getting some sort of continuity beyond. Okay, the Daleks were going to return because they were such a hit, but as the show gets an idea of its own sort of broader canvas, the monk comes along in the Time Meddler, and he's from the Doctor's own people, but and that's enough of a plot for that story. And you've got all the wheezes that he gets up to, and the fact that he's got a functioning watch in medieval England and all that sort of thing. That's brilliant. All the amusing anachronisms that he mucks about with, and he's played by a fine comedy actor, Peter Butterworth. But then the fact that he comes back in this, is rather exciting for the show, I think, and it's nice for the character. And Butterworth, we sort of sometimes we rather forget that he's the first sort of recurring villain, which is fabulous, because Peter Butterworth is great. He was brilliant. His arrival was brilliantly done on this Loose Cannon podcast, where they sort of superimposed him opening the TARDIS from a different piece of footage, but putting it onto the planet. That was really, really well done, because his TARDIS is disguised as a boulder in this episode, I think. And fortunately, he does a lot with the TARDIS in the Time Meddler, so we've got lots of pictures from that to represent what he does here. And his great plot in this episode is to fiddle with the TARDIS lock, and then the Doctor has to somewhat tediously undo the fiddling in a way that gets no satisfactory explanation whatsoever, and then we can move on with the adventure. But I actually seem to recall it taking up much more of the episode than it did last time I listened, but we've actually got through quite a lot. We've had the action with Trantis and Solation, and moving the Dalek plot on a bit, which is nice, and the Terranium core, and of course they have to embark on their chase again, because they didn't, as they thought, have the Terranium. We had the lovely cricket match interlude, and now we've got what the episode title tells us we have to look forward to is the volcano. And of course, this has all come because an original 6-part Dalek story has been broadened out to 12, and so Dennis Spooner is now on the writing team. So I've not seen the earlier drafts of these episodes. I listened to a podcast the other day from the team behind Dalek 6388, which is Gav Rymel and John Green, and there are other folk on that podcast as well, and they're talking about the original storyline for when this was a 6-parter. Well, I've not seen that, and it seems to be, from what I gather and what I can make an educated guess at, is that it's the it's the first 4 episodes, and the last 2, it's the stuff all about, delegates and space security and all of that business. And then when it was ordered to be turned into 12 episodes, you get this extra sort of, the Chase 2. This time it's in different places and sometimes for slightly longer. Written by Spooner, which I have to say, although it gives it the epic sort of scope, the story doesn't gain an awful lot apart from the fact that we get the monk again, which is joyous because Peter Butterworth is fantastic. And also we get the fact that when we get to episodes 11 and 12, they come at the end of, a 3-month journey through time and space and peril, and really earns what are, I seem to recall, and I'm looking forward to getting to them again, 2 absolutely magnificent episodes of Doctor Who. And I quite like the fact that the monk is rather pesky, although of course if he succeeds in his plan to lock the Doctor and Stephen and Sarah out of the TARDIS and they can't get back in, they could die there. So, but he's not prepared to do the killing himself. He's not that kind of villain. I love this little bit of. I'm assuming the volcano stuff that I can see at the back here is the actual bit of footage. Glorious, just a snippet. I get so excited by less than a second's worth of material that's actual, genuine material from a missing episode of Doctor Who. So Doctor Who is now going to do something with his ring that opens the TARDIS, and then they're going to go inside, and Stephen's going to go, so what did you do? Or Sarah's going to go, what did you do with the ring? How did you solve this terrible problem that was set for you by the monk? And he's basically going to go, well, the sun's got some technobabble, and this ring is a technobabbly ring, technobabble. And everyone goes, okay, then. I'm afraid that is simply unacceptable. It really is. It's basically a way of going, I've set up some jeopardy, and I'll get out of it. It's magic in sci-fi. I mean, it sort of, I mean, it doesn't even bother to give us any sort of technical. It's not even technobabble. It's vagobabble, because he just goes, the sun's got some properties and this ring's got some other properties. It doesn't even condescend to give it. It doesn't even say, I refracted the plasmic refractations of the sun's beams, and that set up a warble thromble in the lock mechanism that was exacerbated by my ring's crimbly bang bongs, which sounds ridiculous, but it sounds better. But I just made it up off the top of my head, and it sounds better than what you get in the script. Love this model shot of the TARDIS taking off. Sorry about that. I love it so much. I banged the microphone, and the little bit of footage that we have that is I think, a slowed down loop of that split second that we have. But he does a lot of shouting into space, the monk. But he's great. He's glorious. So it's nice to have him back. A little side note, as I've given away what happens in this scene, which is basically a very poor explanation, is that I always thought, and as I record this, I've just released an indefinable magic called You Say Potato, I Say Sontaran. I think that's the title I went with in the end. And it's about things that were pronounced, that I pronounced wrongly until I heard them, like crinoid, I thought was crinoid, etc. And I've had a few people send in theirs as well. Logopolis has been Logopolis, and Logopol, Sontaran and Sontaran. But I always thought I had a cousin called Sarah. I still have. And so I always thought it was Sarah Kingdom, because Sarah was spelled S-A-R-A, and Sarah, whenever I'd seen it, was S-A-R-A-H. So for me, for years, she was Sarah Kingdom, until I actually saw Daleks Masterplan for the first time. Now, I understand it, there are Sarahs, S-A-R-A, and Sarah is a much less common name, but in a part of my brain, she will always be Sarah Kingdom, and that's an acknowledgement to my cousin Sarah, who will never be Sarah, because she's not, she's called Sarah. So I don't know how that works, but there we go. Is there anybody else out there for whom she was a Sarah Kingdom? I'm sure there is. So, Sarah Kingdom. See, I forget, because it's been long enough now, because I first saw the existing episode of the Daleks Masterplan probably when I was, 15 14, 15, 25, 35. So that's 33 or 4 years ago. So she's been Sarah Kingdom to me longer than she was Sarah Kingdom to me, although those early ones do still embed themselves. So I would probably say, if interrogated, I would probably say Sarah Kingdom. I don't know which I'd say. I'm confused. I once knew a comic called Steve Vernon, who, when he became a member of Equity, had to change his name to Stan Vernon. And I was never quite sure whether to call... I remember the first time I started calling him Stan, I was like, oh, so he's not Steve now. But there was still always a part of me that thought of him as Stan. And you do that sort of schizophrenic thing. You go, Steve, Stan. You go, I wonder if he thinks, am I called Steve or Stan? He's no longer with us now. Fine comic. Tricky fella, but a fine comic. So the New Year's Eve. Now, I didn't look this up because in the paperwork I've got, but that's ancient and often wrong because I've not seen the production file for this. There are extras listed, and they're listed as playing cricket people and New Year's Day revelers. So they definitely didn't play the cricket people. So I don't know how they did New Year. Did they have some stock footage? Are those extras listed? I don't know. That's something I meant to check before this. But this isn't a commentary of facts. So I'm guessing there was maybe a bit of revelering going on. And of course, what that means is that very unusually for Doctor Who at this time, this is an episode of Doctor Who that, at least partially for this bit, is set on the day of broadcast. So we had that a bit last week with the Christmas Day special, and then the following week it's, Doctor Who was very rarely set in the present day. We've got maybe those bits on the Empire State Building in the chase, haven't we? We've got Planet Giants, but and then the one that was, generally regarded as the Doctor's first proper sojourn in the current day, which is the War Machines. But of course, now people go, oh yeah, but I think you'll find. But the Empire State Building is just a little moment, and Planet of the Giants, it's really about... And actually, that's set in the future at a time when you can put a handkerchief over a telephone receiver and disguise your voice as the person you've murdered. But no, it's supposed to be the present day. But anyway, this it's not just set on the present day; it's set on the actual date. The date of broadcast. So that's quite fun, and that doesn't happen until the Christmas invasion. No, till the Christmas invasion. So that's quite exciting, isn't it? This is the first Doctor Who New Year special, and there wasn't another one for a very, very long time. Well, do you know what? I had imagined that was going to be a whole episode with the Doctor and the Monk yelling at each other and lots of echoing, because that's what I kind of remembered it as being. But actually, there was plenty in that, and I wasn't as annoyed by the Trantis bit as I thought I would be, because I think it's just fun seeing Salation and having that sort of back and forth with him and Chen, and the sort of way that they are about the fate of their colleague. Although, as I say, I struggle to make it hold water. I think you'd have to be a bit more sophisticated about the way you did it now. The world beyond the confines of that room, the universe beyond the confines of that room, would have to exist, and we'd have to sort of be thinking, so what are their friends and allies and people at home and planet? It's not enough for one person now to represent an entire planet of people. You've got to get the idea that they've got to go back to that planet and sell their ideas to that planet, and not all those people on that planet are the same. Do you know what I mean? But I enjoyed that much more than I thought, because I was talking all the way through it. But no, as I say, I thought a lot of it would be spent on the volcano planet with a guff with the lock, which is unforgivable. But I'll allow it because I like the volcano planet, and I love the meddling monk, and I like this TARDIS crew. We've got a nice dynamic, and they're all doing it very well. So that was better than I'd hoped, better than I thought it would be. My favourite bit is easy. It's the cricket game. I like that. In fact, they don't like it on Gavin John's podcast. They don't like the joke, but I'm aware it's partially because the cricket means a lot to me. It was always on in the background when I was at home helping with chores, and It was something I wouldn't have been exposed to had my mum not been listening to it, and it's become a thing I now don't go to for my own comfort. So it's a sign that, today you see people think they've got it made because that you can choose what to watch. I mean, I've spent most of the past couple of evenings scrolling through a million different things on these various different subscription channels and going, don't fancy any of that. Whereas, I had to listen to something because it's what my mum was listening to, and I found something within it that I really enjoyed and ended up being, an acolyte of it. So it just goes to show having everything we want, or we think we want, on a plate and being given all the choice in the world actually doesn't necessarily lead us to the thing we like any more than actually having no choice or a limited choice and having to choose from those limited choices and finding something that you fall in love with that you never would have got to on your own. And that's a reason to force everybody to watch Doctor Who until they learn to love it. Anyway, I'm going to choose the cricket match. What is the lovely Ian K. McLachlan, who I think is a reverend. I think he is a holy man. And he's certainly somebody who deserves reverence from we Doctor Who fans, because in the early days of Doctor Who fandom, he was one of the spearheads making contact with people from the show, and so has some of the few letters in existence from people like William Hartnell and Patrick Troughton, and he's a lovely man, as I think you can tell from the way that he's approached and tackled this epic story that he loves, but has to point out it's his second favourite story. Right, here we are. Here's Ian on Volcano.
Then we have Volcano. Now, there's a scene at that when the cricket match is going on, and that I would pick as my favourite part of that episode. The comments of the police box suddenly appearing there. It was strange that the Doctor had kept on wanting to get back to Earth in the 1960s. It was probably around that time that the TARDIS landed in the middle of a game of cricket. But you got the commentators commentating on it. That happened, you remember what happened in the Faceless Ones when the TARDIS appeared on the runway at Gatwick, and that was, it was the TARDIS in an unusual place. And that's what's interesting as well. So that's Volcano.
And he raises a very interesting point there. Well, he leads me to a very interesting point, of course, is that the Doctor doesn't appear to know what's going on with the cricket, and Stephen and Sarah don't either. And so what that essentially says is that from where Stephen and Sarah are from in the future, cricket no longer exists. The inventors of the 100 take note, and actually, as the time of recording this, English cricket barely exists because we're being absolutely trounced in Australia. But actually, as I'm recording this, I could be listening to Test Match Special, but it's so depressing because we're doing so badly. And the Doctor doesn't know what cricket is, so he clearly learns between now and when he becomes Peter Davison. Maybe that's what he spends a lot of his time exiled to Earth. I can imagine John Pertwee going to the MCC and going, well, there's a lot of the wrong people in here, Tubby. And also in the episode, and that heightens the Doctor's alienness, doesn't it? The idea that he doesn't know what cricket is. They quite like doing that, where they go, Doctor, here's a thing, and he knows so much about so many different things and understands different worlds and different timelines. Then we'll go, here's a thing that we all in the 20th century know, and you go, I haven't got a clue what that is. And that's lovely because that reminds you that he's an alien and he's sort of aloof from us and detached from us, and some of the things that we take really for granted, piffling trivialities or not even on his radar. And of course, it's in that episode when Chen's talking to Silation, isn't it? And the Daleks, and they say, the people with the Terranium core, they're from Earth. And Chen goes, well, no, two of them are, but there's this other geezer. He's just disguised as someone from Earth. And again, it's a re-emphasis that the Doctor, is alien. He's not some eccentric Earthman, and he's not. It's not even that. Well, we'll call him an alien, but essentially, he's your mad uncle. It's just tries to re-emphasize that the Doctor is not one of us and is from another world. And I think it's just worth noting when that happens in the 60s, because we don't have a name for Gallifrey yet. We don't know about the Doctor's own time or planet. So all of those just reminders, because it could so easily be that as the series went on, they just decided, well, actually, he's just one of us from the future, or it was an undiscovered country that we didn't know the Doctor's past, and there's no reason that they, we know eventually they went for, he's a member of the Time Lords, and there's talk in this episode about only the Daleks have broken the barrier of time. Apart from this mysterious Doctor, who is he? I like that. In fact, I wonder if I hadn't been chatting so much, I might have chosen that re-emphasis. That statement that the Doctor's mastery of time is unique, apart from that the Daleks do it as well, and that he is not as he appears from Earth, because they don't really touch upon that very much at all in the 60s. We just get occasional little nuggets and reminders, and that was one. So in an episode that is much more interesting than I'd thought it would, much more to talk about than I thought, which is a relief for me, but probably a pain in the ears for you. But that is the volcano, which I hope erupted with all sorts of interesting facts and observations, and has inspired you to watch and listen to it, and find some nuggets within. So I'm going to now go and I'll probably do the next episode, Golden Death, because that was recorded 55 years ago today. So it seems appropriate to do that, but it will be released in the next slot, so you will have to wait for that. So I will leave you on a cliffhanger. But before I go to Golden Death, I will just probably check in with the test match to see if cricket still exists, and two, if play is interrupted by the arrival of a police box, and if it is, if the players and commentators all take it in their stride, and that would make the cricket ground in Australia, they're currently slogging away, a very happy time and place to be. Please note that during the section covering episode 9 of the Daleks Masterplan, just after the episode commentary ends and I start rambling on about other stuff, there is a dip in quality. I mean, there may be a dip in quality of the conversation, but there's a definite dip in quality in the sound where something went wrong and I've had to resort to my backup. It's just a little bit more echoey and not as nice as I'd like. So do not, as they say, adjust your set, because it would be pointless. Well, welcome everybody. This is very exciting for people who like symmetry and marking occasions and timey-wimey-ness, because I am recording this on the 8th of January 2022, and this episode I'm about to watch was first and only broadcast. It's only broadcast because it wasn't sold abroad either. So it's sole outing. Isn't that weird? About to watch something that was shown once, all that effort that goes into it, the scripting, the rehearsal, the building of the sets, the casting of the actors, all of that, and then all the technical stuff that goes into broadcasting, and out it goes on the 8th of January 1966, never to be seen again. And I mean literally never to be seen again, because as I record this, it does not exist, and the likelihood is it will never exist again in the form that it was broadcast. 56 years ago. 60. Yeah, 56 years ago. 56 years ago today. So, I mean, other than that, it's just like watching any old episode of Doctor Who, but I like, especially as, that's not when you'll be listening to it. I've no idea when you'll be listening to this, but whenever you are, hello. And I'm going to press play in 3, 2, 1. And that could mean anything. Oh no, here we go. Started with the title sequence, so it's beautiful seeing these moving pictures as things are going to get a bit more static. But I've been very impressed with how Loose Cannon have done the reconstruction. So if you've never tried these things, do avail yourself of them because the guys behind them are very clever and very hardworking, have done a lovely job. And of course, they now are in charge of the telesnap reconstructions on the official BBC range, because they're very good at this sort of thing. They have no telesnaps for the Dalek Masterplan. That's the curious thing, isn't it? That John Wiles, when he takes over, I mean, even when Verity Lambert is still nominally in charge, nominally in the true sense of the word, a Galaxy 4, the first thing that happens is we're going to save £5 a week by not having telesnaps. Who cares about them? And of course we didn't, because we didn't know telesnaps existed until a few turned up. There was a couple from the Daleks that were printed in Doctor Who magazine, and then that were sent in by Dickie Howitt, and I think that was a ruse. That anyway, let's not get into that now. And then there were some in Doctor Who the early years that Christopher Barry had from Power of the Daleks, and it was like, what are these? Oh, and Doctor Who magazine had some from Hugh David from the Highlanders. It was like, why do these exist? And they didn't really go into details as to why they did. And then DWB, I think, got some from Michael Elwyn for... No, they didn't. DWB got some from Michael Wolff from the Moonbase. So, various... And then, actually, a whole stash of them were discovered by Marcus Hearn in the BBC written archive. And then the story was revealed of John Cura, who was the guy whose job it was to take off-screen photos. It wasn't his job, he's self-employed. His business was to take off-screen photos and offer them to the talent on screen as a record. Seems a curious thing now, and they were quite expensive. Seems a curious thing now when actually preservation was not the order of the day, to the extent that they chunked the episodes. But I suppose maybe that made them more valuable, but you couldn't home videotape or anything like that. So actors and producers would have them as a sort of record of their work, rather than being able to have the actual thing, because storing film and videotape domestically was, unheard of. But then it was revealed that there are none from the Wiles era, and when Innes Lloyd takes over, he reinstates them. But sadly, the Wiles era is also one for which we have no pictures either. Although actually, I don't think they've turned up many telesnaps from seasons 1 and 2. Although ironically, we do have the ones from, not ironically, but happily, Waris Hussein did get the ones from Marco Polo. So the one story that's missing for season 1, we have the telesnaps of, apart from the episode he didn't direct, and of course apart from the 2 episodes of The Reign of Terror that are missing. But anyway, that's a bit of a off-piste, because the Daleks Masterplan is continuing with the escape of the Doctor, Stephen and Sarah, but has taken us to Egypt. Now, Egypt is a great setting because, I mean, this all reminds me of my childhood, when, much of the fun to be had as a kid was to read books of mystery stories or whatever, and the story, the most frightening sort of true story that there was the tale of the tomb of Tutankhamun and Lord Carnarvon, and the curse that just seems so real as it transpires. It's actually not as spooky a story as it was parlayed at the time. But I'm sure my mum told it me, and I think we were told it at school about how they desecrated the tomb of this ancient pharaoh, and everyone involved died. And then I remember reading I had a book of myths and horror, the Piccolo book of myths and horror, was it? And saying, but actually Howard Carter, who led the expedition, didn't die and lived perfectly happily for ages. And that was the first inkling that, everyone died apart from Howard. And then it turns out that actually it wasn't quite as spooky and mysterious as it had been sold to us, we impressionables. But I remember reading about it, and I remember the real feeling of genuine terror and dread that I lived in a world where there was such a thing as an Egyptian curse that actually happened. And of course that plays into all sorts of other things of, it was abroad and in the olden days, and a place of mystery, which and so that sort of plausible fear of the unknown can only exist in a world where you don't have the sort of communication and access to pictures and people and contact that were not possible 100 years or so ago. So our fear of the unknown, which is never a good thing, as the Daleks show. That's what they are afraid of what is different, but it is an innate trait that we have to battle against, because what we do not know makes us conjure fears if we are so inclined to do. So this Egyptian setting is great for that, because like Planet of the Invisible People, like volcanoes, this seems to be cut from that same cloth as things that young kids would read about, although I came a decade later, that were exciting and from the real world. Well, no, invisible people aren't there, but the volcano, was a bit like Krakatoa, Egypt. It's a bit like Tutankhamun, and what we can see of the sets in the next episode is that Barry Newbury, who was good at historical stuff, does a very nice job, and it brings with it promises of ancient mummies, etc., which we get for the cliffhanger. We don't get other than that, and I suppose Doctor Who could not then have a story about it's interesting that they don't bother going with that. There's no actual mummy. I'm not going to spoil the cliffhanger. Well, I will spoil the cliffhanger for you. There's a mummy that isn't a mummy, so it plays with that, but actually that's not what we get. What instead we get is the Daleks coming and killing a few people, which isn't great for the Egyptian characters that we meet, who are, now I've just done a little bit of research, not because I was doing this, I just disappeared down a rabbit hole last night, because I occasionally chat late night to Ben Jolly, who's a great tracker down of actors, and I'd been thinking about that's why I'd been thinking about the actors from the Christmas special who we didn't know anything about. And then I remembered that actually Jeffrey Isaac, who is in this, who plays the main Egyptian character Kepren, is an actor that we don't know anything about. So I decided to do a little bit of digging, and I think I might, if a few little bits of details go where my instinct tells me, but they might end up actually being a completely dead end, I think I might have found out who he might have been. An actor called Jeffrey Isaac something, and the something are more Egyptian names, so he's from Egyptian heritage, who died in the late 90s. So if I say I found him, I found out who he might have been, and the fact that he is dead, but he does have surviving children. So if I get enough hours in the day, I might see if I can find an address for them and write to them, and then see if they go, I'll bother to reply to this really strange inquiry as to whether my dad was in Doctor Who. Although I wrote to somebody the other day who might have been the missing schoolgirl in An Unearthly Child, and she very kindly emailed me and said, no, it's not me, but good luck. So I think I know who that is now, and I know who her brother is, and so then it's a case of, anyway. But those are the things I do when I'm not doing this, and then I've got to find some time to earn a living. So anyway, yes, Jeffrey Isaac is one of the few Doctor Who actors really of whom we know sort of nothing. And he has a few credits in the 60s, but that's about it. But it's always a clue if somebody's called two Christian names. So the actor Austin Trevor who's in Quatermass 2, is quite a well-known film and theatre actor, was actually called Austin Trevor Shilsky. So there are a lot of actors where if the first name and surname are both Christian names, it's quite often a clue to the fact that they've lopped off a foreign-sounding surname, because that might limit the sort of casting they would get. If you have a surname with a sort of foreign hue, people might go, oh well, we won't cast them as English characters, which again, of course, hugely limits your casting, especially as plenty of English actors would play foreign parts very badly. And in fact, it's interesting, this, isn't it, that you've got the Egyptians are Jeffrey Isaac, who, as I say, I think was perhaps had heritage in that part of the world, if he's the person that I think he might be. Walter Randall, who was South African, but was often cast. He plays Hyksos, the guard captain in this, but he was also El Akir in the Crusade, and he's Tonila in the Aztecs. So he obviously was deemed to look, like he was from that part of the world, which is kind of enough. But then the other one is Derek Ware, who was from wherever Derek was from, so Middlesex, and wasn't remotely olive-skinned and was sort of short and bald, and a stuntman. Although he had trained as an actor at RADA, but he was a stuntman, but was not remotely sort of, as I say, swarthy or so. It's quite an interesting mix. But anyway. Yeah, a lot of actors. So there's another actor we can't track down called Gerald Curtis, who is plays Elian in the Daleks, and I know he was South African because of something I found. But again, the chances are he was probably called Gerald Curtis something, because of the way we track down a lot of these people is through travel documentation and stuff like that. But if we don't have their surname, that's really hard. So anyway, so that's why I think Jeffrey Isaac is called Jeffrey Isaac something else. And I'm sorry to sort of bother you with the sort of things that take up my time, but it's very hard to get an angle on this episode because I'm watching a photo reconstruction. So Stephen and Sarah have been captured by the Egyptians. That's Derek Ware's Tutmos. He was a good actor, Derek, but he ended up as a stuntman, and of course founded Havoc, and was a great contributor to Doctor Who. He might have been the first Doctor Who person I ever met, because my brother was in a production of Richard III at Ludlow Castle, and Derek was he acted in it. It was Catesby, I think, but he was also the fighter ranger. I don't know, did I meet him then? And then I did the Ludlow Festival, then Derek was still the fighter ranger, but he always was a bit sore, Derek, and I don't know if that was because he was mistreated by the business or whether that was his actually just his outlook, because it is an unfair business. But I remember mentioning to Julian Glover during things, saying, and I think Derek was a bit upset by the way this turned out. And Julian Glover went, Derek was always upset by something. And it's funny when you sort of know somebody, and I have lots of sympathy with Derek, and you get somebody else's perspective and you go, well, they might actually have a point that whatever had happened, Derek would have felt sort of badly treated. I think he felt, that the business, Havoc was treated unfairly because it was a stunt team that had their license but he was then told he couldn't have the union sort of interfered and said that you couldn't have a stunt union and blah blah blah. But anyway, I have lots of happy memories of Derek. I just wish he'd perhaps been a bit happier. This is a nice contrast, isn't it? The monk and there's been various pictures here of the monk wandering around in sunglasses, which I adore. And I remember as a kid in the 80s sort of imagining what I would do if I was in charge of Doctor Who, and I like the idea of bringing the monk back. He does appear in a Doctor Who magazine comic strip with the Ice Warriors, and I think they kill him off in that. But I like the monk because he's a bit pesky, and he's mischievous rather than truly evil, and I like that dynamic, and I like the fun you can have with the idea of him, putting money in a bank account and travelling forward and collecting the interest. Even as a kid, I thought that was because I just got a bank account, and the idea of interest was very exciting. But the idea that you could travel forward hundreds of years in time and claim it is a lovely idea, and I love the idea of him, arriving in Egypt, ancient Egypt, and putting on sunglasses, because of course you would if you were from now. That's the first thing you'd do. But it's a beautifully Doctor Who thing of the contrast of, sort of a bit like what Ian talked about a couple of episodes ago, about the contrast of the ordinary and the everyday, with the exciting, and that the clash, the incongruity is Doctor Who. It's Yeti on the loo in Tooting Bec, isn't it? It's a ramshackle police box on a gleaming spaceship or on a stunning vista, which to me is the essence of Doctor Who. It's the fact that it's born of a ramshackle country. With sometimes a very ramshackle attitude towards things, and is a programme that is sort of jerry-built. It was made in the way that television was made, by people with a lot of pluck and not necessarily all the best equipment, and yet they still aim for the stars, and I love that. I love that contrast. I love what that represents. And I'm aware it's possibly quite a stretch getting from a picture of a man in sunglasses, in front of an Egyptian backdrop, an ancient Egyptian backdrop. But don't care. I'm taking it. That's where I'm going with it. So in the 80s, I imagined the monk back, because I'm surprised. Well, am I surprised they never brought him back? I don't think the show's lost anything by not having him back, but I remember. Now, I might be taking credit for something here. I might be Forrest Gumping myself or Zelligging myself, but I'm sure Lisa Bauman from Big Finish sent me a text saying, "Do you know the number of this comedian?" And I won't say who it is because, well, for reasons that will become apparent. Because we want to have the meddling monk in Doctor Who. This is a brilliant scene of changing the monk's TARDIS into different things. Again, that's the thing I read about as a kid and thought, that's a funny idea. Just the idea, because the TARDIS can change shape, having fun with changing it into different things. It's a very simple conceit, but it's rather funny. And that's and the Doctor emerges holding a unit from the monk's TARDIS. Yeah, so okay, and he changes the monk's TARDIS into a police box. Is that right? Is that what's happened there? Oh, okay, I'd forgotten about that. And anyway, and I'm sure, and I said, what about Rufus Hound? And then the next I knew, Rufus Hound was playing the monk for Big Finish. So I like to think that was my idea, but I might have misremembered that, and I haven't done any research. But I like to think I suggested that, and I think it's a really good piece of casting. They also had Graham Garden, didn't they, as the monk for Big Finish, which I think is a brilliant piece of casting. And he's a character that allows for a sort of a cheeky, likeable, dry comedy actor. And I think both Rufus Hound and Graham Garden are very much that. But when I was thinking of it in the 80s, I thought David Jason, and this was before Only Fools and Horses was the huge show that it became. I think it was on, though. But David Jason was a sort of well-known enough face. And I remember being extremely impressed when I discovered that he was the guy playing the old man in Porridge. Go, wow, that's real acting. Of a sort that, I was going to say of a sort that you don't get these days. And I still maintain that David Jason would be, if you wanted to bring the monk back on TV now, I think you could have a lot of fun with David Jason being a sort of the pesky monk. I think William Hartnell looks gorgeous in that hat. I think he really suits a hat. I like a broad-brimmed hat, but I never feel my face is quite the right shape for the sort of hat I'd like to wear. I'd like to carry off an awful lot of things that I try to carry off and don't. Oh dear, I don't think I'm I don't think I'm tall enough for a long flowing coat, and I don't think I'm the right shape for a hat. I don't think I'm the right shape for much, but there we go. One can try. So yes, the monk's TARDIS is changed as a police box. I'd forgotten about that, but it's Hartnell has great fun trouncing the mic, and it is a sort of it's a battle of wits, isn't it? That's exactly what it is in both senses of the word. They are witty men who exist, who function on their wits. And it's a nice little playful game of cat and mouse, which as a contrast to the the delicious deadliness of the Daleks and the suave, calculating, beginning to be slightly wayward lunacy of Marvick Chen, all seem a little bit more dangerous than what's going on here. That is nevertheless watchable and fun and enjoyable, and you can tell that this is the sort of stuff that keeps the Doctor adventuring in a way. These sorts of encounters, which a lot of the humour that they play with it is sort of bluster in order to keep one step ahead of your enemy, and they know deep down the consequences of their battle can be quite deadly and awful, but it's Doctor Who, so it has to have a bit of a twinkle, and I think the twinkle is nicely done. And I like that scene earlier when when the monk encounters Marvick Chen and the Daleks, and Marvick Chen realizes that he's a time traveler, and the monk sort of goes, very quickly sort of has to think and readjust and go, and I could probably help you here, and he's surviving on his wits, and that he'll sort of ally himself with whoever won't kill him. Marvick Chen, interestingly, in the scripts is spelt with a K on the end, even in the camera script. So it's obviously quite a late change that they decided to Marvick with a C. It's a CK, and they just dropped the K. And I think it looks better. It looks aesthetically better on screen as Marvick Chen without the K. Oh yes. And of course that leads us into the cheat of a cliffhanger, which is a scary moment that next week will actually turn out to be a comic moment, which is quite cheerful and quite joyful. I think it could do more. Well, so it's interesting what comedy I will accept in Doctor Who and what I won't. As I say, I find a lot of the comedy in the Feast of Stephen not too hot. But I suppose the monk is such a fun character played by such a good actor, and just the idea and the fact that they take with him the central premise of the show, which is of travelling through time and space, but instead of doing what the Doctor does with it, he does something pesky with it, and it's a cheeky subversion. Cheeky is the word, isn't it? It's a cheeky subversion of what the show does. Oh, and hey, we've got moving pictures because we're about to get to the cliffhanger, and this takes us into what the sort of story promises a reader of Boy's Own Adventures is, ancient mummy curses, and the mummy being a corpse in bandages, it's a fantastic image, isn't it? And very much, part of universal horror film tradition. So, which of course what The Chase plays with rather wonderfully with Dracula and Frankenstein. Those were the big staples of the horror film movement, and here's another one of them, The Mummy. I mean that's cracking. Because we don't know what the reveal is going to be. And he's the meddling monk. So there we are. Jeffrey Isaac, who, as I say, I think there's two Christian names. Derek Ware. I never had the pleasure with Walter Randall. He opened a restaurant with John Pertwee, Walter Randall, and but he's somebody who gets to play quite good parts in the 60s, and as time goes on, he gets smaller and smaller roles. All of them largely for his first role in Doctor Who, isn't it? It's for John Crockett, but other than that, he's a Douglas Camfield guy. And Camfield, very interestingly, doesn't always go for sort of theatrical actors. He often goes for untrained. I think Randall was a dancer, wasn't he? But doesn't necessarily get your sort of classical thesps. and Randall was South African, I think. And he's brilliant as Ella Keir in The Crusade. Not much of a part in this, really. And then in Invasion, he's a guard in one episode. In Inferno, he gets turned green before the first episode is out. And then Barry Letts casts him in Planet of the Spiders. But anyway, I wonder if that was because he was mates with Pertwee, and it was Pertwee's valedictory flourish. He also suffers the ignominy, Walter Randall, of being dumped in Planet of the Spiders, but I'll talk about that when I do that story, which is actually on my radar fairly soon, but I sometimes, and I've got a very special famous TV guest doing that, but I sometimes muck around with the order depending on the mood that I'm in. But the mood I'm in now is to tell you my favourite thing about Golden Death. And I suppose, well, it's got to be one of two things. I like the three things. I like the scene where the Doctor changes the monk's TARDIS into lots of different things. I don't know why. That's just a lovely wheeze. It's the sort of thing that I think as a kid you would really enjoy. And as I say, I enjoyed reading about it. So I think it happening, especially as, it's not talked about that often why the TARDIS is a police box, because it wasn't known then that the chameleon circuit is stuck, and the idea that it should change shape. That I think that's a wild thing for a kid, especially at this point in the show's history where it's sort of not talked about, although it is effective in the sort of baseline DNA of the show that the TARDIS can change shape. That's why it's a police box, but this one can't. But then to go, but wouldn't we have fun if we did? So I might have talked myself, and I think that's the sort of thing that Ian might like. So I might have talked myself into that, because I was going to say I like the Egyptian setting just because it brings with it the double whammy of the Curse of Tutankhamun, which was a genuinely scary thing from my youth, and also it's the completion of the universal horror triumvirate of Dracula, Frankenstein, and the Mummy. And then there's the Wolfman. That stops it being a triumvirate, and there's no. Anyway, it doesn't matter. The Mummy was one of the icons of horror cinema, and those universal horrors were again the go-to texts for being terrified when you were a young man like me, and if they weren't on the telly, there were cinema books that you could look up and see those pictures, and those films looked so scary. And I know they look shonky now, but I don't care. They have an atmosphere and a conviction, and they were the template upon which a lot of our folk cinematic folklore, if you like, is built, and horror, which I think is so hard to do now in these boring, cynical times in which we live, where we dismiss anything that's sort of out of this world, whereas actually the unknowable and being gripped by that was such a sort of a genuine, palpable terror thing. And I suppose I should be pleased I'm not genuinely scared of the dark much anymore. But my God, what a great effect for entertainment to have. And the other was the monk walking about in his sunglasses, which I gave you an essay on during the episode. I've talked myself into it being the scene in which the monk's TARDIS changes shape as a result of the Doctor's meddling, just for all the reasons I said. And by the way, shall we mark that last week I actually got a point because I chose the cricket. I didn't actually celebrate it in the last episode, that I actually for once chose the same thing as Ian McLachlan. Let's see if I can make it 2 in a row. What's Ian going to choose?
Now, Golden Death. The scene that's etched on my mind from that is when the Doctor went into the monk's TARDIS and changed it. He changed it into a motorbike and a coach wagon and a carriage, and he ended up with turning it into a police box, the TARDIS. And like the Doctor's TARDIS, the monks had the communal circuit, which worked. And I remember vividly that scene. Perhaps it's one of the scenes I remember most from Dalek Masterplan. That was simply an amusing scene. It showed the Doctor's playful nature, and sort of reminded you a wee bit about the pictures he put on the screen in the Space Museum. He was playing with the monk in that sense, and that scene is memorable.
Yes, and the Space Museum, of course, has Hartnell dressed in a bathing suit, which we don't talk about often enough. It's interesting, a lot of Ian's things, because the thing he liked last week, he said, reminded him a bit of when that happened in the Faceless ones. And it's interesting, as a young fan, or even though he's an older man now, the things that he really liked were the things that also gave him an additional memory of another episode. And I remember, when I was a kid, you'd love the stories that had references to old Doctor Who in, because it was a link to another episode. Because, of course, Ian and I are both from a time when, if you wanted to watch an episode of Doctor Who on call, you couldn't just call one up and watch it. So actually, if the episode you were watching now gave you a link to another episode, or if you thought about an episode that linked to another episode, you sort of got two memories for the price of one. And that, when you can't call up episodes on demand, is quite an important part of the enjoyment as a fan. And that's interesting that Ian had that as a kid, and obviously still has it. It's still part of the things that he likes about something, because it reminds him of another episode. I think still have that. But that's something that perhaps a modern fan, it might not be such a strong seam running through their enjoyment of the show, because they're not having to conjure much up from memory, because everything is so accessible. So they will have their own other things that draw them and make their different connections exciting. And I think that's just worth noting, because I think that's interesting about how important it is. And actually, the thing that Ian and I have, that desire to link to something from the past, is of course what Doctor Who then started very consciously doing when I was a young fan, and ultimately could be said to have led to its destruction, because it realised that fans liked that a little bit too much, and then the show began to eat itself or get too self-referential. So in a way, the way that Ian and I enjoy Doctor Who will lead to its ultimate destruction. So don't do that, young fans. Good, 2 in a row. Do you know what? Coming into this, I'd actually forgotten about that scene, so there was no way I was going to choose it. I didn't know what I was going to choose. I try not to choose in advance. I think that's cheating. I tried for this to be quite reactive. The other podcasts I do are the ones where I've thought about it and done a bit of research. So, you've got to forgive me for this being spontaneous, because otherwise I'd never get anything done. I still don't get anything done. Still got washing up to do. I've still got my laundry to put away. But I have enjoyed a golden death. 56 years to the day that it was broadcast for the only time. I find that so poignant. And I think that the Masterplan has taken a bit of a dip from what it was, but it still shows that there's plenty, even within it's not quite middle installment, but certainly not a key installment of this long 3-month text that is the Dalek Masterplan. Still, if that episode turns up, what a privilege it will be to see it. What a tragedy is, of course, relatively, of course, time, everything is relative. But what a tragedy it is that we can't, considering all that work. That's how I started this podcast. All the work that went into that. To the extent, as I say, even though this wasn't telesnapped, there was somebody whose job it was to get little snatches of stuff, because people might want a little memento of that job that they've done, and you do it when you're in theatre and all that sort of thing. You want more than when you work in an office. When you're in a creative endeavour, you want a sort of a memory, a memento, an example of, if not the thing itself, something from it, which makes it seem even sadder that the actual thing itself, it would seem like theatre, wasn't it? You don't capture a theatre performance, but that's partially because you never can, because a filmed theatre performance is never the same as watching it in the theatre. But this existed as a televisual production, shown once, all that hard work, then up in flames. But who knows? It might be in a cupboard or a bond store somewhere. And if it comes back, I will very much be at the front of the queue to see it in all its golden glory. But until then, all we can do is imagine what it was like. And I hope you've enjoyed that trip to Egypt with me. Next time we watch the Daleks Masterplan, the pictures will be moving from start to finish, and then we've got the final 2 episodes, which I know are absolutely terrific. So I was daunted doing this story because it's a long one and a lot of it is telesnap reconstructions. But thanks to Loose Cannon, who've done a very, very good job with it, we're 3/4 of the way through. So do join me next time, when hopefully I'll have a slightly easier job. And thanks for your perseverance. And from the 8th of January 2022, and indeed the 8th of January 1966, whenever you're listening to this, goodbye. Well, welcome everybody. It's episode 10 of the Dalek Masterplan, the Daleks Masterplan, the last one of 3 that we have moving pictures for. So let's see. Should hopefully be slightly easier for me and indeed for you. So if you have the Lost in Time DVD, I have mine set on the menu page, and I have the Daleks Masterplan escape switch highlighted, and I am going to press enter now. When I was a youngster, there were no episodes of the Daleks Masterplan, according to Doctor Who: A Celebration. But according to the Radio Times 20th Anniversary Special, when I worked out which the different episodes, because it only listed the episodes that were missing by their titles, it didn't say what story they were from, which I think was a bad move. I realised there were only probably 10 from the Daleks Masterplan. So in between those 2 publications, there was a suggestion in my little brain that perhaps 2 episodes of the Daleks Masterplan existed, which is quite exciting because, first of all, it was a great shock that a story that had 12 episodes would have none in existence. And now, so 2 came back, and now we have 3 from an idea by Terry Nation. It says not really. I don't think he storylined much of the bits in between, but he just wanted to get his. Just wanted to keep his mitts on his creation, and any opportunities therein, or whatever. This is nicely creepily shot by Douglas Camfield. Of course, any Camfield production that we're missing, I think we miss something usually that's dripping with either atmosphere or invention or action or a bit of both. His productions are always very well mounted. He's got a good eye. This episode is not, I would say, the sort of material we're used to seeing him doing, particularly this, as it turns out to be a sort of a comic moment. So we have a mummy emerging, but it doesn't take us long to realise this is a bit of a daft moment, and they don't make any attempt to make it serious, because Peter Butterworth could easily remove the bandages from his own mouth and not have to go but that doesn't matter. It's a bit of fun. That's a lovely opening shot on a Dalek dome that then pulls back, obviously on a lens rather than on a trundling. It wasn't a moving camera. That was a lens pulling back, to then have Marvick Chen in profile in the foreground. Well, three-quarter profile. It's excellent, and he has a beautiful stillness, and he acts so wonderfully with his eyes. And this is instructive because there have been a lot of these scenes in this story that have sort of melded into one when one is doing the telesnap reconstructions, but they are very nicely shot, and of course I like the 60s Daleks because they're quite short. They're sort of squat and malevolent. They're like little bitchy hornets, or vicious little wasps. And Marvick Chen does that brilliant thing there, Kevin Stoney, where he bats the eye stalk away because he is so arrogant that he is in charge of the Daleks, which of course will be his downfall. But it makes for a wonderful dynamic between, one poor actor and a lot of Dalek dialogue that he's had to do for several episodes, but he does it very well. Doesn't he have a charming face and a lovely sort of comic aspect to him, Peter Butterworth? Famous, of course, for the Carry On films, but not at this point, I believe. I'm no expert, but he wasn't a Carry On star by this point. Maybe done a couple of them, I don't know, but not, certainly not as associated as he later would be. You know, by the time I knew that Peter Butterworth was in Doctor Who, it was he's that guy, but the guy he was that guy from, he hadn't been when he was in Doctor Who, if that makes any sense. He has the lovely bit, doesn't he, in Carry On Camping, when everything's a pound. That's a pound. The wheezing, groaning sound podcast, which I urge you to listen to. It has a lot of fun with Peter Butterworth charging a pound for everything. Love this shot where you just have the tiny little top bit of the Dalek, and then it's sort of, it's like the camera finds almost from a distance. It feels like it's put, the focus is pulled in quite close, and it sort of struggles to pick him up, Marvick Chen, and it's just a quick sort of linking scene between these guys leaving where they were and now being here, and Peter Butterworth doing that sort of lovely comic. They're making no attempt to hide that it's silly that he's sort of pulling his yelling because he doesn't really want to find the Doctor, and here he sneaks off and finds himself in Dalekville. And of course, has to think on his feet and go, "Oh yeah, I was looking for you," which is the typical sort of duplicitous thing the monk will do. Jean Marsh there had to do some sort of clever acting to suggest that the Dalek hadn't just been slap bang in front of her just off camera. There's a real fury there in Kevin Stoney as Mavic Chen saying, "Give me the Terranium core," and it's beautiful the way that the monk, he's a survivor. And he sort of goes, "Oh yeah, I've brought these guys. They're hostages, honest governor." And then he will play himself as their friends later, as his, they're friends of his later on, because he's a survivor, and he will connive his way. The conniving Cadfael he is, as well as the meddling monk, the duplicitous deacon. And it's interesting how... interesting box. It's interesting how the Doctor hasn't turned up yet, and doesn't turn up for a while. Now, I don't have this on a counter, unfortunately. My machine is not good enough. So I can't time exactly how long it takes the Doctor to appear, but he appears quite late in this episode, and indeed in the next two. And he starts to play increasingly less of a role in stories, and you almost get the impression John Wiles, who didn't like Hartnell, they didn't like each other. I think, that's a brilliant shot, by the way, that transition from the sunlight into the light reflecting on the Dalek dome. That is an extraordinary thing to pull off. That's a fantastic feat of the imagination for a multi-camera studio director with the resources that they have, to have that vision to go, well, I've got a sort of glowing light there, but also the light reflects off the Dalek dome, so I could turn the light of the sun into the Dalek dome. That is a magnificent achievement, and really shows why they entrusted Camfield, who's a relatively fledgling director. I mean, he's done an episode of Planet of Giants that was truncated, that was a failure. Episode 4 of Planet of Giants. Episodes 3 and 4 were deemed so dull that they edited them into one episode, which is an extraordinary thing to have done, and has ramifications as the series progresses. That have an impact on the Daleks Masterplan, because I think it's one of the reasons for the existence of Mission to the Unknown is that you needed an episode without the regulars. So we have Mission to the Unknown, which is a trailer for this. But Camfield has done episode 4 of Planet of Giants and The Time Meddler, which has the monk and is a well mounted production, but actually it's got some pretty fudgy fight scenes, and some apart from the monk, the sort of supporting characters aren't particularly memorable, and but it has some great clifftop, well realized clifftop scenes, and the exterior stuff that's mounted in the studio is really, really well done. So Camfield could do realistic. But I'm being slightly distracted because Bernard is chewing his bed. As I've been doing this, my dog has been rolling about in front of me, doing all sorts, and now he's got into his bed and he's chewing it. So I'm sorry about that. His bed is directly in front of the television screen. And this gives a great sense of scale. I interrupted myself, didn't I? Because I was talking about how Hartnell, who still hasn't appeared, is given less and less to do, and one gets the impression that John Wiles has sort of said, "Yeah, we don't give him much to do." So here he is. So I don't know how far into the episode we are. And about 10 minutes. We're about 10 minutes into the episode before we see the Doctor, and doesn't he look magnificent in his wonderful hat? And he's doing, because he's on his own, he's doing that wonderful facial acting that Hartnell does. He does a lot of acting with his eyes and with his chin. And he's great. And it's his birthday today as I record this. I'm recording this in the last minutes of the 8th of January. And it is William Hartnell, Elvis Presley, David Bowie, and Shirley Bassey's birthday. So there must have been something in the air. Now, so here's Jeffrey Isaac, who, looking at him here, I don't know if he is the guy that I think he might be, that I've traced through records. He looks a bit older. He's certainly got the, he certainly passes as, as I say, I don't know who he is, so we don't know where he's from, but he certainly has a convincing look of somebody from the part of the world that he is portraying. Whereas Derek Ware next to him is a sort of slightly short white guy with a wig on. But those two characters, Tutmos and Kepren, I got a feeling we don't ever know what becomes of them, and it seems an awful lot of time to invest in a couple of characters who just sort of vanish. We sort of cut back to them and they do lots of sort of supposing and portentous stuff, but they don't actually contribute anything to the plot, really. This episode, that's a lovely Dalek move coming out of the ship and then moving to the side. Hats off to that number one Dalek operator there. That was a brilliant move. This is where Hartnell sort of does a bit of brokering, doesn't he, for the Terranium core, and we still have this lovely sort of impasse where he has what they want, so they can't kill him because they might destroy it. But he's great at that sort of haughty authority, which puts the lie to whatever John Wiles' opposition to him was. I think it was more personality rather than doubt in ability. But Hartnell certainly is a wayward performer when he gets flustered. The authority, he does lose his authority a little bit, even though he usually sort of just about gets himself out of it. But when he's got this sort of this posed authority that he has, and when he takes his time, and actually, now that we've got that footage of him being William Hartnell, where he's being interviewed and talking to camera and talking into the dressing room mirror and being interviewed, but not coming across very likably and sort of gritting his teeth and going, "I'm legitimate," It sort of shows just how much of his Doctor is characterization. It's a characterized as well as an acted performance, and I think he's rather magnificent. Albeit somebody who does lose his way sometimes. Oh, that's great! One Dalek is capable, is all that is required to exterminate all, and then Marvik Chen does that brilliant sort of look, which again, it's a great way of giving authority to the Daleks. And you totally buy what that Dalek says, and that musical sting helps. But Kevin Stoney really sells it, and of course that idea that all you need is one Dalek to kill as many people, to kill everybody, is something that did become lost later on. And when the new series came back and it said, right, we're going to make one Dalek terrifying, so then when there's lots of them you're going to really lose your shizzle, I think was a really important restatement of the fact, because it's lovely having loads of Daleks on screen, but my God, isn't it effective if all it needs is one Dalek, one of these sort of perfect war machines, capable of mass destruction. And even at this point in the Daleks' career, they've been sent up a little bit in the chase, which I don't think did anybody any favours, even though we've had fun with the chase. And do check out the lovely Daryl McLean's tributes to the chase in earlier editions of Happy Times and Places, particularly episode 6, where it is a wonderful song. So here's poor old Walter Randall, who I seem to recall dies with his legs sort of spread apart rather comically. But he looks good, doesn't he? And but it's not much of a part for him, seeing as he played El Akir and Tonila. And amongst these Egyptian extras is Val Musetti, who is a racing car driver as well as a stuntman. And I think Glenn Witter as well, who ended up being a regular on the buses. I think he's an Egyptian slave in episode 9. But a lot of these actors that got cast in these sorts of parts, you pop up sometimes in the background. Val Musetti is also a stuntman in The Crusade. But I remember, I didn't know he was a racing driver, but I have an old friend who's a racing driver, and he mentioned Val Musetti, and I went, Valentino Musetti, because that's how he's listed in Doctor Who the early years, as one of the Egyptian slaves. And I was like, oh wow, that's he's been an extra in Doctor Who. I like Hartnell's Doctor's intelligence here, and the way that this is shot, because he's only visible through a sort of chink in the set. It's actually very intelligently shot here, because they don't have an awful lot of space to play with, but it doesn't look clunky. I mean, we've got latest, we've got episodes of Warriors of the Deep where there are sort of laser gun fights where everyone's really jammed close together on a set and you're fooling nobody. But this makes really good use of the set and tells the story of, the Doctor and Chen and the Daleks not being able to exterminate the Doctor because there are things in between. And then the timely arrival of Walter Randall and his Egyptian troops means that the Daleks can't chase and kill the Doctor. Yeah, look, Walter Randall's legs go really far apart. He's doing a reasonable sort of death acting. It's just death can sometimes look quite comical. So this is all on film. So this will have been done well in advance to give this episode its sort of showcase moment, which means that we've got some lovely smooth movement from the Daleks, but it's not one of the more glorious film sequences, because it's a handful of extras chucking spears. But it's a nice set. There's you can tell that's a backcloth these days, but I actually think I think that's really passable and gives the thing a nice sense of scale. The perspective is very, very good. So it gives this episode a little sort of bit of epic battle, but of course we're rather divorced from it, because I don't think we see Kepred and Tutmos again. So the only Egyptians we know are extras. This is quite fun to see them getting one over on the Dalek by stopping it with rocks, but it sort of comes to nothing. So it seems to me a slight sort of squandering of resources, really. This is the important part of this episode, of course, is that unlike it's another chase where the goodies just about get away, we can tell we're building to the climax now, because the Doctor has to admit, well, yeah, but I couldn't fake the handover of the Terranium, so they've got it now. But he's got the directional control of the Monk's TARDIS, so we're going to go back to Kemble, where this whole thing began. So it's starting to feel like, okay, we're getting to the season finale. I know this isn't the season finale, because this isn't at the end of the season, but it feels like a season of its own, the Daleks Masterplan, really, in the sense that it takes place over 3 months, So he's outwitted the monk, which is quite nice. I'd always thought the monk, well, I hadn't always thought, but I'd had an inkling originally that the monk was stranded on the ice planet, but he's not at all, is he? He says, I think we'll listen out. He says something like, I'm just don't have I'm as out of control as you are now. So, but I'm sure when I was younger, I thought the monk had been abandoned on the ice planet. But no, he just doesn't know. That's a really friendly way that Hartnell sort of pats Steve, and they've got a lovely smile between them all there going on. Sarah's not the cold killer she was introduced as, was she? So here's the monk making good his escape, and Peter Butterworth, I seem to recall, has to do a lot of talking to himself, which is quite hard to do. And indeed, it doesn't happen in Doctor Who all that often. Tom Baker has to do it in The Deadly Assassin because he's decided he doesn't want a companion. But I don't know, for some reason Peter Butterworth gets saddled with a lot of sort of explaining things, chatting to himself, but it works because he's good at it, because he's a good actor. And we see the takeoff off screen, which is fine, and here we have Marvick Chen in control because he has the Terranium core. Yes, all this hysteria is unnecessary. Yeah, that's marvellous. So the baddies have what they want, which means that this story is now, doesn't need any interludes in, interesting, albeit not hugely impactful on the plot locales. And it's odd, isn't it, that both episodes 5 and 10, which were the only two episodes that existed for many years, are amongst the least representative of as well. No, I suppose episode 10 is quite representative of these, 8, 9, 10 middle installments, but perhaps least representative of the better aspects of the Dalek Masterplan. I suppose, episode 2 represents the bookends, 1 and 2 and 11 and 12. 5 is the sort of Terry-nation earthy stuff, and 10 is the Dennis Spooner, the chase part 2. So I suppose everything is represented apart from the Christmas episode. But and Hartnell looks great in his spectacles. I do like my Doctor in spectacles. Davison in Frontios, and when David Tennant puts them off, spectacles are great for doing I'm a testy eccentric that has something to say acting. Imagine what Kevin Stoney could do with spectacles when he does what he does. I mean, he's doing something with a tin of beans there that's playing the Terranium core, and what he does with a false fingernail or a pencil. Imagine what he'd do with glasses. He'd have a whale of a time. So here's we're going to have another monologue from dear old Peter Butterworth, who's landed in the opening titles of The Ice Warriors. Looks a bit reminiscent of that, isn't it? Never to be seen in the show again, but a lovely sort of piece of continuity, a lovely beginning of the sort of universe building of the big vast canvas of Doctor Who. He got such a lovely. He died very young, didn't he? My favourite story about him was that he auditioned for the movie The Wooden Horse, which was about prisoner of war camp and an ingenious way of escaping by digging a tunnel underneath the exercise, wooden horse thing, and was told that he wasn't suitable because he wasn't athletic enough, but he'd actually taken part. He'd been part of the actual escape plan that the film was based on, the real life events. But so even back in the day, you had to be sexier than the reality in order to get some parts in movies. But he did a lot of comedy instead, and had a great career, but died very, very young, comparatively. And there we have the end of the moving pictures of Dalek's Masterplan. We didn't see Kepler and Tutmos again, did we? So that seems a bit of a waste to invest, even if we just had them killed, and actually we didn't see what happened beyond the slaves' bricking the Dalek up, did we, either? So, yeah. I love the fact that we've got this episode and there's so many lovely directorial flourishes. But I can't help feeling that if we got next week's, I'd be a bit happier. But one always wants what one doesn't have. I don't think I really choose this, but I have to choose. And it's a nod to the great work that he's done throughout, but it's very difficult because we can't see a lot of it. But Douglas Camfield is obviously a high quality director. I've got to choose that bit where the sun, bleeds into the reflection of the Dalek dome. That segue from one scene to another, which I think shows such great visual flair and imagination, and has to be done as live in the studio, vision mixed, to the nth degree, and is a bravura, a piece of segueing that is seconds of screen time, but the effort that's gone into that, and the intelligence and flair behind just even thinking of it. So I am gonna choose that. Although I did like Hartnell's sort of face off, going, I'm now standing behind a thing and Marvick Chen's got to come here. I am now giving the thing to Marvick Chen, and then he scampers off. I think Hartnell's performance in all of that stuff was great, and Hartnell looking brilliant in his hat. And of course, Kevin Stoney thwacking the Dalek eye as well. But, I could easily choose Kevin Stoney every week at the moment. But no, I'm going to choose that bleed from one scene to the other. What has Ian K. McLachlan, Uber fan extraordinaire from back in the day. Still a fan, but he was one of the originals, you might say. What's Ian's favourite bit about Escape Switch?
And then we continue with the Escape Switch and continue with the monk. And the monk ends up on a planet of ice towards the ending. Now, you're always at that time worried, would the monk escape? Could the monk come back? And I would say that the monk was the first humanoid character in Doctor Who to make a return visit. And that's what he did. And he was stranded once again because the Doctor had taken a piece of vital equipment from his TARDIS, which meant that sadly the monk was stuck. But would there be another encounter of the monk? Well, I don't think. Some people have postulated that the monk might have been the master. I don't think he was. He was a renegade Time Lord. He was more a mischief maker than anything else. He was a much kinder character. He was not sinister like the master. I don't think he was anything but a renegade Time Lord. And you hoped he would be back. Sadly, Peter Butterworth didn't come back.
Right. So if I've got that clear, it's a sort of general monk, the monk ending up on the ice planet thing. I think it was a nod to the monk, and the monk being the first sort of returning semi-regular. And and I was, even though I didn't mention it in my roundup, then I think I could easily have mentioned the monk, but I try, if I can, avoid going that character and that actor, because otherwise I just choose that all the time. But I certainly have no objections to Ian choosing the monk. I think that's a perfectly fine choice, and Butterworth certainly earns it. But it means my winning streak of 2 in a row has lost. But I don't care. I love that tiny little moment of light to light, of reflection to reflection. It's an honour to be able to mention it, and just shows actually how much we're missing, that I'm eulogizing there, mere seconds. Well, how many mere seconds are we missing because we don't have the moving pictures, no matter how brilliant the reconstructions are? But anyway, no, I'm happily tip my hat to Peter Butterworth's meddling monk as well, who I don't think is the master either. I think they're completely different characters. And yes, the Doctor has different characters when the Doctor regenerates, but I just don't see why anybody would want the monk to be the master. I think they fulfill very different functions, and the monk is there, I think, for much more sort of japery and capery sorts of adventures, which I think the show is ripe for, and and it would be lovely if there was a place for a sort of light-hearted caper for the monk to come back in on television. I know they've done great things with him with Big Finish. So look, we're going back to Kemble, the abandoned planet. We're going back to Kendall with Magic Chen for the final 2 episodes, which I think the story is really building up to. And I recall both of these episodes being, really, really good. So I'm looking forward to that, because I have been very nervous about doing the Daleks Masterplan. It's very long, and so I hope this has been interesting so far. And let's see what happens as the story reaches its pretty horrific conclusion, and we get some delegates next week. But bye-bye, Egypt, and sorry, Tutmos and Kepren. Nobody's wants to talk about the monk coming back. I'm afraid you're just going to have to stay in Egypt with your bricked-up Dalek. But until next time, Bernard is still rubbing himself on rubbing his head and his ears on the carpet. Get quiet at the back. Well, I tend to record these very early in the morning when everyone's gone to bed, so we're about to go to the abandoned planet, and I shall be watching it in the abandoned living room. There's the difference between what it's like watching Doctor Who at home and the scope that Doctor Who aims for. So when you're in the end of the Daleks Masterplan, I have 2 more episodes to see if I can get close to... I'll tell you what, wouldn't it be nice? Because Ian K. McLachlan, a fan from the days of yore, from the olden times, who has watched every single episode of Doctor Who bar episode 7 of Marco Polo. I think I've got 2 things that Ian has got, haven't I? So there's still a chance. Well, do you know what? If I get... Oh no, it was 2 things. I've got this episode, next episode, and then the bonus thing. So I've got a chance to get 3. And you know what? If I get another 2, that's 4. That's a third. That's not bad. And if I get 3, that's the same amount of things as there are existing episodes of the Daleks Masterplan. And seeing as the chances of the Daleks Masterplan having existing episodes is quite small, for me to get 3, I think would be an achievement, like a win. So I've still got something to aim for in this ludicrously hard competition that I've set up in order to give what is essentially a commentary podcast a sense of jeopardy and plot and competition, where it's really it's a thin disguise for a man waffling and not having to do any research. Anyway, let's crack on. And I have the loose cannon reconstruction of the abandoned planet, and I'm going to press enter, which will hopefully start it playing in 3, 2, 1. Well, it's taking a while to kick in, isn't it? Something here. Gonna play? Oh, there we go. Ah, well, I'm sorry about that. Well, there we go. That's you might not be very synced. I'm sorry about that. Well, look, the abandoned planet is, I seem to recall, another Ian, whose fan credentials are pretty spick and span, favourite or most desired missing episode, and that is Ian Levine. Ian Levine would like this episode, I think, more than any to come back. So it'll be interesting to see why that is. I'm presuming because there's the delegates are in it. He's ordered a bag of delegates and Daleks and Return to the Planet Kemble. So, there's a lot to consume here. And I suppose, because next episode I know doesn't have the delegates because they all shoot off in this one. And yes, it's interesting because I think I may have mentioned in the last episode that we were coming back to Terry Nation, but of course we're not. Dennis Spooner writes these last two episodes, and for some reason I'd got it in my head recently. Of course, I mean, I knew in the past. I know, it's obvious stuff that Nation writes 1 to 5 and 7, 6 of the episodes, and Spooner writes 6, 8 to 12. They write 6 episodes each, and I knew they'd written half of it each, but that just the alternating thing was a bit of a myth. But as I was doing this, for some reason I was looking forward to these last 2 episodes as being, it's getting back to Terry Nation again, which are actually words I never thought I'd say, because I've always slightly poo-pooed Terry Nation. I think because he does himself no favours of being, even when he's interviewed by Alan Wicker on that programme, they say, how did the Daleks come about? As you're talking to us from your massive mansion. And he goes, I was doing this thing. It was take the money and fly like a thief. And you go, you don't sort of have to be as dismissive of the thing that made you a millionaire, and sort of go, what we sort of now know, that you didn't really make that much effort. But I've had a renewed respect for him since going through the files of the early years of the show, because one of the reasons he doesn't put much effort in is because he doesn't need to, because he knows how to structure, and he knows how to fling a script out there that has the right amount of scenes, the right amount of jeopardy, the right amount of pacing, which means the script editor doesn't have to do too much rewriting, and also what he promises in his storyline is what you get in his scripts. So I guess he's like a sort of a George Best or something. He doesn't he's so good he doesn't actually have to bother. But then it makes you go, but what if you had bothered? Just imagine how amazing you could have been. But I do understand that kind of, if I can get away with it, I'll do. I'm not going to compare myself to Terry Nation, but once I realised that I could sort of get away with swatting up on exams on the night before, I never bothered. I'm doing that with my accounts now as well. I give myself enormous amounts of stress the night before, and then go, if I'd actually put some preparation into that, my life would have been easier, the stress would have been less, my accountant would have been happier. But now I leave everything to the last minute, and because I seem to, I don't know, I seem to cope if I sort of scramble it all together. And I guess maybe that was Terry Nation's writing method, that he just sort of went, well, I'll just dash it off, and it will be no better if I spend, a month honing it and preparing it. But there is that nagging doubt, isn't there, going, ugh. But anyway, he didn't write this episode, but he did, I'm guessing that, these last 2 episodes are the storyline conclusion of his 6-parter. But I certainly think this, the stuff around Kemble and with the delegates, and gives this story its unique flavour, more so than the sort of bits in the middle, which are the chase revisited, if you like. And this has a real sense of. We have been a little bit round the houses, but now we're back on Kemble where it all began, and it does feel a bit like, we're getting to the season climax, even though, as I said last week, this is not the end of the season. It's nice that we have all these set photographs, and of course this reconstruction I'm watching was done before we'd got episode 2, so they've done a pretty good job with the delegates, this sort of composite Salation, who seems to be made of tights and chocolate buttons, and not just in the recon, but full stop. But we've only got a very blurry picture of Terence Woodfield playing Salation, and here as Malfa. We also have the Christmas tree guy from Mission to the Unknown, who we know wasn't there now, and Gearan, who's Jack Pitt, is not the sort of grey cow, figure with a sort of covered head to toe in grey swaddling. Is this sort of slightly feminine leather-clad thing that we've got in episode 2? That must be Gearan. I love the tone of voice of the Dalek in this scene. It's really sort of wasp-like and malevolent and biting. That's the Dalek Supreme, isn't it? But it's really sort of edgy and nasty. Real like a sort of school bully in the playground. the real arc for Marvick Chen is don't get ideas above your station, and they've given him his head, and he's lost he's gone off his nut, but that Sturdy will have pulled it off nicely. And it's interesting how the writer Spooner has started to favour Salation, who's not even in Mission to the Unknown and doesn't have any lines in episode 2, and is just a non-speaking supporting artiste, but is now a sort of speaking actor. And Malfa, who's this one here I can see now, who's got the sort of cracked mosaic face, who was Robert Cartland in Mission to the Unknown, was non-speaking in episode 2, and presumably isn't in 3. And now here he is, played by a different actor from Mission to the Unknown and episode 2, and the actor who plays him is an actor whose main claim to fame isn't that I've eaten an apple pie made of apples from his orchard, but that is one of my claims to fame, is that I've eaten apples from his orchard. But his main claim to fame, of course, is that he's Alf Roberts in Coronation Street, the mighty Brian Moseley, who is also in this story in episode 7 as Buddy Windrush. So he's one of the few people to have appeared in Doctor Who under 2 different names. There are others, and there are some to disguise their appearance, like Anthony Ainley and Terry Malloy. But I would put them in a slightly different subcategory from Luann Peters / Carol Keyes, who's in Frontier in Space and the Macroterra with 2 different names. I always wish the actor Trevor Byfield had been in Doctor Who, because he sometimes credited himself as Trevor Byfield and sometimes credited himself as Zig Byfield or Ziggy Byfield. And he was one of those great, wonderful, sort of rough, lived-in character actors, but I think he was in the bill about 946 times, and he never did a Doctor Who, bizarrely. No longer with us now, sadly. So Gearan has been killed, and in our reconstruction, it is the what we assume to be Gearan from Mission to the Unknown, who's the sort of grey one. It's not the most imaginative of all the Mission costumes, but when episode 2 came back, as I say, there was this slightly almost feminine-looking leather thing going on. So presumably that's who got zapped by Chen in that scene. And it makes you wonder how that's dealt with back at home, because presumably these delegates are all here plotting the destruction of the universe. They are assembling the greatest war force ever. So presumably it's not just them. You know what I mean? Presumably they've left people at home going, right, we're all going to be in a war. We've got these allies. Don't worry, it's fine. That they're not going to just kill us. So prepare for war. When I come back, the military will do as I tell them. And then they all gather here, and the Daleks sort of turn on them. But I really do like this element of this, where the Daleks are really cruel to Chen. That they humiliate him. They don't just go, we're going to chuck you in prison. The Dalek Supreme sort of goes, you stand here and you tell the delegates everything you want to tell them. And he goes, this is my moment. I shall take centre stage. And then when he's not even looking, they just sort of sneak out the back and then put bars on the room and essentially turn it into a prison cell. Now, they could have done a much more direct humiliation, but it's almost like, not responding to a troll. You want to sort of go, I hate you, you're awful. But actually, if you just ignore them, they hate it. Now, I know the Daleks have come back now and told him what's going on. But the Dalek Supreme, the really spiteful sounding one, just sort of swept off and just, went, you do your thing that you think is big, because it's meaningless. You're nothing to us. And in fact, this is an episode of absences, because the Doctor, it's really weird, isn't it? The Doctor, we don't see the Doctor again for this whole episode. And then I think next week we don't see him until quite near the end. And this starts to happen a lot in the Wiles era, and he wasn't in last week much, was he? It took him 10 minutes to appear. Gradually, and he's not in the Massacre much at all. And I know he's the Abbot of Amboise, but the Abbot of Amboise is literally only in recap of episode 2. He's not in the rest of it. So the Abbot actually only really properly appears in episode 3. And the Doctor disappears at the beginning of episode 1, comes back at the end of episode 4, disappears a lot through Celestial Toymaker. So there's a lot of time in this period where Hartnell isn't in it. And it's of great credit to, I think, Peter Purves, who I think is hugely underrated. I think he's a really good dramatic actor of this kind of fare. He's got the right drive and the right sort of gutsiness to be essentially the de facto hero. And I think because he became a bit of a legend and a household name in Blue Peter, so God, the guy from Blue Peter was in Doctor Who. I think if he hadn't been the Blue Peter guy, we'd be going, this guy's an absolute blooming legend. He is he's the sort of Flash Gordon of Doctor Who. No, because Flash Gordon's cheesy. He's not cheesy at all. I think he's a proper leading man, and I'd like to have seen a bit more of him and Sarah actually together. And I noticed that Sarah is credited now as Sarah, not Sarah Kingdom, which I suppose moves her towards being a companion. I mean, she's a companion, whatever official billings and things. She's entered our consciousness as a companion, whether the 20th anniversary special and Doctor Who celebration were overambitious or mistaken or what. Same as Katarina. I mean, I'm not going to quibble with anybody. I know some fans who, if you had, well, the companion Katarina, they'd go, who? You go, Katarina the companion? Well, I know a Katarina, but she's not a companion. I don't like having conversations with people like that who willfully misunderstand you in order to make their petty little point about what is real and what isn't, or what is factual and what isn't. But as I say, I think it's fairly tenuous that Katarina's a companion. And again, if you wanted to break it down, I suspect she probably isn't. But I'm not going to interrupt somebody making an interesting point in order to pick them up on that. And in all those listings back in the day, she was. So she is. But yes, it's really eerie, this episode. There's a lot of, as I say, the Daleks disappear from Chen and leave him sort of grandstanding on his own. The Doctor leaves Stephen and Sarah. They're hanging around the city here, and it's unguarded. And it makes you go, well, why aren't the Daleks guarding everywhere? But it means it's the abandoned planet. That's what the whole episode is. It's sort of like we're with the heroes, and the story seems to be going on somewhere else. And that doesn't feel like a shortcoming. That feels almost as if we're powerless to do anything because events have moved beyond us, Stephen and Sarah. They've moved beyond even Marvick Chen, who's left, ranting to his increasingly irrelevant cohorts because the Daleks have what they need now. They don't need those guys. As I say, I don't quite... I feel that the delegates are slightly let down by the Daleks' master plan, and I don't buy the logic of it. I really harp on about going, they're government representatives. Just if you kill one or someone, it doesn't mean that the whole system that you've got to send up has unravelled. So if you needed this war force, and then you just go, well, we don't need you anymore. Well, why were they assembled I'm not quite sure why they were assembled in the first place, and what they're supposed to do now. And it's a shame because so much was promised by that lovely array. A Mission to the Unknown is basically going, you're going to meet loads of really interesting aliens, and they're going to do loads of things. So the costumes were made, the actors were cast, the plot was set up for that, and then it just sort of went, I don't think we'll actually do that much with them, and we'll kill a couple of them, which makes a mockery of. Anyway, I've talked about that, and it's just because I love them so. It's a bit that does overshadow the rest of the otherwise, brilliant denouement of this epic tale. I could have just done with more delicates and less Egypt. Is that fair? I think that's fair. And certainly less guff about sunlight and a lock. But I'm loving the fact we've got all these set photos in this this brilliant reconstruction. This is really eerie, isn't it? They're sort of having to try and affect events from outside of events. Oh, and he sounds so desperate, doesn't he, old Marvick Chen? And I'd so love to see all these scenes with all of the delegates and Marvick Chen. And I did talk, didn't I, about Salation being on Junior Points of View, who was and had to say some funny line. I can't remember what it was now. And Terence Woodfield was known to somebody I know, and I did get his address, I think. Or no, I think she contacted him for me and never heard back for Who's Round. But he did write to a friend of mine or replied, signed photos. And apparently there was the very smell of cigarettes when the envelope was opened. And I believe he was because you sort of go, what did these people do after they stopped acting in the 60s? Although he's the Sawson captain in the Tomorrow People, so end of the 70s. But that's still a long time between then and him dying in whatever it was, 2016. You go, what do these people do? But I believe he was of independent means, so he obviously sat at home smoking a lot of cigarettes. But perhaps that's why Salation talks like that. But this is why I'm fascinated by the people. Do you know what I mean? I would have loved to have, and it may be that this friend of ours said, this guy was talking to you. I want to talk about Doctor Who, but I didn't want to just talk about Doctor Who. I'm really fascinated in the people who've sort of touched our show, even very, very briefly, but theirs is a unique perspective. When the camera started rolling, they were there. They saw all of this stuff not only moving but in colour. And that's the other beauty about the black and white stuff, is that actually, and there's some wonderful work goes online now where people are recoloring or colouring black and white photos, and it just makes it seem like yesterday, and it makes these often very long dead people, and certainly long past situations, seem so vivid and like yesterday. There's actually a guy, who's Doctor Who fan, Babel colour, Stuart Humphreys, who colours stuff from the late 1800s, and you see these sort of children who look, you can see the hairs on their arms and the freckles on their face, but since that photo was taken, that person who could be in the room next to you has stopped being a child and has grown and aged and past all those landmarks that we pass and live through, joy and happiness and sadness and disappointment and all those things we feel so palpably, and died probably before we were born. And you go, God, that's really weird. And yet they saw things as vividly as we see them now. And that's why I'm very sort of, I don't know, I'm soppy about individual people, I guess. It's probably all narcissism, really. I want to be special too. I don't know. But I would have loved to have chatted to Terence Woodfield, because he is the only person that played Salation in episode 11 of the Daleks Masterplan. And I did say, didn't I, that Ian East, who played Salation in episode 2 of the Daleks Masterplan, and I think he and Terence Woodfield both died on the same day. Which is a really strange coincidence. And Brian Mosley, who plays Malfa in this, I think died outside of Cash Point, didn't he? He was he'd left Coronation Street, but he was a Coronation Street legend. And I'd never, we used to watch Coronation Street back in the day. I never thought that Alf Roberts would have been in Doctor Who, but he'd been a stuntman. I think he's also does some of the sword fighting and stuff in The Smugglers. Smugglers is a story that doesn't have many survivors at all now. But, we're talking a long time ago. I'd have loved to have seen all of this. But of course the problem is these pictures look great, don't they? But all it would take is one extra to bump into another, or one slightly ill-fitting costume, or one sort of slightly shambling gait, and they wouldn't have looked. In fact, because I thought the Mission to the Unknown that McLachlan did was really, really good and really strong, and I thought they judged the acting really, really well. But actually, the bit I was looking forward to most, which was the delegates, was sort of 5 people shambling on and standing a bit close to each other, and I'm not saying that it was anything unlike it would have been in the actual Mission to the Unknown. I thought maybe they might look better, like a lot of things, because most of the 60s was known to me first in great quality still photographs, and a lot of these things look brilliant. The Sensorites look great in those old black and white, grainy, wonderful pictures. So many black and white photos I saw of the Keys of Marinus in Doctor Who, the early years. Those brilliant Ray Cusick set photographs with the Ford, and they all look fantastic. And then when they start to move, they don't look as good as the still photos. It's a bit like those old Angus MacBain photos of Shakespeare plays on stage. They look so amazing, and actually they probably look better because they're moody and dark and black and white than they would as soon as they get movement and articulation. But that's okay. That's all part of it. I love this whole atmosphere of this abandonment, and it, largely the sort of silent menace of the Daleks, because they're observing them from afar, and of course they're discovering that underground bit. And it's, didn't they? Isn't there something about so Chen's ship has blown up, so that's a nice little faint sleight of hand that we think he's dead. But of course, as I'm sure deep down we know, well, no, he's going to hang around. He's totally lost it now. It's sometimes disappointing when people go mad in Doctor Who, but I think he had to. He's so arrogant. He needs more than toppling from his status. He needs toppling from his self-assurance, and the only way to do that is to sort of fracture his sanity. But isn't there something about, because I'm sure Salation says in episode 8, isn't it? Zephon, isn't it? Zephon in episode 3 goes, Salation and Bass will come with me, and then that's those 2 delegates that we don't know who they are, extras-wise, MJ Matthews and Jack LeWhite. And it says in the script that the delegates move behind Chen, so that's presumably Salation and Bass going, we're not going with you, Zephon. And I'm sure when the other ship went off, Stephen goes, that's the ship of, or somebody goes, that's the ship of Salation and Bass. And you go, so hang on, because Salation's not in Mission to the Unknown, and Bass is, and now, although we know that they change. So Salation and Bass are kind of like buddies, so they bunk up in the same ship, do they? So what, was Bass there in Mission to the Unknown? And then when it comes to Dalek Masterplan, he goes, I've got my hissy mate made of chocolate buttons. I think he's got a Great Wall Force too. So I just, I want to know what's going on with Salation and Bass. Everyone else is a representative from their own planet, and Salation and Bass are kind of budded up. What's going on there? I think that needs some exploring in some sort of spin-off. The odd couple, the odd delegates. Anyway, my 2 delegates. I've got to choose a favourite thing from the abandoned planet. I don't think Ian's going to choose this, but it's what really struck me about that episode is, and I didn't talk about the title of Escape Switch, because I've harped on about the titles on occasion, and Escape Switch is a great title as well, of course, isn't it? Because the reason they escape is because they do the switch, the handover of the Terranium. I'm enjoying the episode titles. The Abandoned Planet. The real sense of this whole episode is the abandonment is the absence of Hartnell, the quiet exit of the Supreme Dalek. Top marks, by the way, for the Supreme Dalek's voice, which is, I mean, fingernails on a blackboard. It's horrible. It's screechy as well, but it's screechy without being sort of ludicrous and undermined, because as the Daleks can sometimes be. It's screechy because it's nasty. It's a nasty tone of voice. But I like the eerie sense of abandonment is what I like about the appropriately titled The Abandoned Planet. Let's see what Ian has chosen.
Then we move on to The Abandoned Planet. Now, I'm going to have a change for this particular episode. I love the scene at the beginning where the Doctor thinks that he has got it wrong, and that the directional unit of the monk's TARDIS didn't work, and they were stuck. They hadn't got back to Kemble as they hoped. And then he asks Sarah to put on the scanner screen, and he realized that he is at Kemble. Now, it's interesting that he manages to get back to Kemble at the right time, and I thought that strange at the time. He was very fortunate, because he could have ended up in Kemble maybe in a different era, because the TARDIS was never quite in the right era, the right time. But never mind. He got back, and then he makes out that he expected to get back all along. And there was a lovely scene with a comic scene with Sarah and Stephen more or less saying to Sarah, "That's the Doctor. He'll bluster. He'll get things wrong and pretend that he was getting things right all the time. It was just a subterfuge or something like that." It's a lovely character piece, and it's very different from the bulk of that episode, which is quite unsettling in places. And the strange thing is, the Doctor then disappears for the rest of the episode, and Sarah and Stephen have to continue. And that's what is really is like. I like it when there is less Doctor, because often less is more. You can have too much. Doctor can make his mark in a few scenes. He doesn't have to be center stage all the time. And so that's why I like The Abandoned Planet, because it concentrates on the delegates, and it concentrates on Mavic Chen, particularly at the end, when there is the cliffhangers. That episode is great.
Now that is really interesting, and I was banging on through the cliffhanger. It is a great cliffhanger. It really is a sense of, and now I'm going to lead you to the final episode, and it's underground with loads of Daleks in it. I really like that. One, yes, that's a really good scene, and I was banging on through it at the beginning. I have to for these things, but I'd actually made a mental note to go, oh, remember, flag up that scene, because it is very funny. It's a moment of great comedy where the Doctor does as Ian described there, and it's a lovely little character moment, and it's a reminder that we're in Doctor Who, and I've been quite hard on Dennis Spooner just because of the contrast of his approach to nations, I guess. But I need to acknowledge that I think, Dennis Spooner is almost the architect of what we imagine Doctor Who to be, because of the way that he, the monk with the toaster, the monk with the wristwatch, in his in the time medley, bringing that sort of contrast, that way of using time travel to. Well, he realises that the TARDIS, the ramshackle 20th century police box, against stunning alien vistas or ancient wonderful monuments, is what the show is. It's that contrast between, and that's part of it being a very British show as well. Our sort of downtrodden, sort of homely, sort of optimistic with, not the best means of our disposal. All of that sort of stuff is sort of, I think, exemplified by some of the stuff that Spooner introduces to the show in the 60s, and also, his comedy that he brings in as well. Because I don't think we think of Doctor Who without its sense of humour now, but I think he was the person to sort of push it into that direction, particularly, and in a way that works. Much as I love Donald Cotton's stuff, I think his is unsustainable. But the melding that Spooner does is I think how we, the sort of the average, the template of the average balance of how Doctor Who tells its stories, and that's a very Dennis Spoonery scene, I think. But I love Ian's chat there about the Doctor being less is more, and the fact that I there's me just looking at the behind the scenes tragedy of Hartnell being eased out by a producer that didn't like him, and the fact that as we know Hartnell has a rather ignominious departure from the show, where he's very much with a whimper, not with a bang, and it's actually quite obscene how sort of low key his departure is, and how that it must have been a bit of an anticlimax for him, and the result of a period of the diminution of his role and impact, and seemingly to his bosses his importance to the show. But actually, that Ian seeing it through the child's eyes of going, the Doctor's not in it much because it's mysterious, and he doesn't come into the first episode for about the first 12 minutes, is it 13? And that's Doctor Who. It makes sense of things like the Christmas Invasion, where Russell T Davies holds our 10th Doctor moments till quite near the end, and it is an effective way of doing things. There are first episodes. I remember the police series Rockcliffe's Babies with Ian Hogg. Rockcliffe is not in the first episode until the very, very end, and it is a great way to deal with your hero sometimes, and you do feel the Doctor's absence in that episode. So I could almost claim a bit of a point there, but I'm not going to. But yeah, that idea that less is more, which sometimes I think with the crying and things, and the I'm the Doctor, I'm the most important thing in the universe, and aren't I famous, and all that, could actually be dialed back, and you get more from sort of holding that sort of stuff back, which is very much exemplified by the activities of that episode. What a good episode. I hope Ian Levine gets his wish, and that someone somewhere is able to deliver him, and indeed all of us, The Abandoned Planet, because I think there's plenty to enjoy there, even though the Doctor's not in it much. We feel that absence, and everything else going on is great. Stephen's great, Sarah's great, Mavic Chen's great. Oh, we love the delegates, and I hope they didn't bump into each other and had lovely tight-fitting costumes. Tight-fitting costumes just better than baggy ones, but maybe that's just me. But Solation and Bayes aren't having a party at my house unless everything's just snug. Right, I don't know quite where I'm going with that. Anyway, thanks for coming to my dungeon of fun. I'm going to abandon you all now, and we shall reconvene next time for the final episode of the Daleks Masterplan, which promises the destruction of time. But thanks for listening. Thanks to Ian K. McLachlan, who I think is giving a really terrific insight, and don't you just love him, into what it was like watching these things that we see as relics, fresh from a child's eyes, as vivid and colourful as they were when they were first minted. Oh. Well, welcome everybody. It's been 3 months, not for me or for you actually, because we do this on more than a weekly basis, but it still feels like it's been a bit of an epic. So I can only imagine what it was like for the kids at home. And I guess that's where the sort of globe trotting and planet trotting and time trotting comes into it, because those bits where I felt it's slightly dipped for me because I've wanted the story to get back to the main story. Actually, to maintain a viewer's interest over 3 months, you need a change of locale and personnel, etc., etc., etc. So, I'm aware that some of my criticisms, that's the wrong word, but some of my laments about aspects of this, which have only been in comparison to the wonderful bits about it that I adore, are practical necessities, because you're telling a story, the same story with the same leads over 3 months. I mean, what a trek through time and space, and it's about to come to the end with the destruction of time, the end of the longest running Doctor Who story. When I first discovered Doctor Who and all of its history, this was the big one, and it wasn't eclipsed until Trial of a Time Lord, but I'd been a fan for quite a while then, and even then that was broken up into different segments. But still, however you count it, this still counts as something pretty huge. And let's see what happens in the end as we go 3, 2, 1, and play. I must actually I must read something from one of the subscribers to Patreon, which I don't plug often during the body of this, because I don't like to I don't want to fill this with plugs, but the Patreon is a thing, and people, when these are released, can comment on them on the old Patreon. And as I'm recording this, I've already released for the patrons the first couple of episodes. I know, almost live. And Frank Shales, hello Frank, who replies to quite a few things. He's very, very involved, which is great. Says, because I was talking about how the names change and even the spelling of Marvick Chen, but particularly things like Lisanne and Roald and Brett Vian, came from being Lisa and Ronald and Brett Walton. That's some superb Dalek action there in the reconstruction. Actual moving Daleks and the Time Destructor and a moving door. I am loving this loose cannon reconstruction, which is making this come alive much more than one could reasonably expect. But Frank says, from contemporary correspondence about the futurization of the character names as reproduced in the Harry Stammers Walker First Doctor Handbook, an excellent book to invoke, we can clearly thank Campfield's persistence for the success of Blake 7, which, lest we forget, was written by Terry Nation. And it says, can you imagine heroes and villains like Roger Blake, Derek Tarrant, Jenny Stannis, and Charles Travis? Yeah, Roger Blake and Derek Tarrant. But that's pretty much what they would have been called had somebody on a Terry Nation production, namely the brilliant director of this, Douglas Camfield, not gone, do you really want to call your characters Ronald and Lisa? Now, I'm not seriously suggesting one thing led to another, but actually, why not? But I like Frank's suggestion. That tickled me, and that's one of the things you can do if you are a patron. But as I say, I'll save the plugs till afterwards. This is poor old Marvick Chen. I've never got to the bottom of him because one of the first things we read about this was that Kevin Stoney won Villain of the Year or something in the Daily Mail, but I'm not sure we've ever found definitive proof of what it was he did win. And I've been and better people than I have been through newspaper archives. He obviously won something or was cited somewhere, but it's not as easy to find as you would think from the alacrity with which it was reported when Doctor Who's history first started to be written. I could be wrong on that, but I think it's one of those things that you go, oh yeah, and he did this, and then you look into it and go, oh, actually, did he? We can't quite find that. I have to say, I don't tend to spend my time swimming in the sewage of the Daily Mail's past, and I mean, frankly, he's an evil, unpleasant, duplicitous megalomaniac. Not sure he'd count as a villain in the worldview of the Daily Mail, but there we go. Sorry, I try not to. It's a cheap shot, that, but it is an organ that saddens me. The Daily Mail. But let's not talk about. Anyway, you can make your own jokes. He's poor old Marvick Chen is clinging to the precipice by his fingertips, and I kind of love what they do here. We've got the real the little notes there that said on the screen, the Dalek communicates silently with central control, and I think they do a bit of whispering here, don't they? Where so what they're telling him that you're to escort the prisoners, but I'm sure they whisper at each other now, and again they're toying with him. It's brilliant because it makes no difference. They have all the time in the world. They don't need to wipe him out. They don't need to bother killing him now. Do they whisper now? But we are still to assist. I love it when the Daleks are cunning, and it's a thing that the Daleks I was brought up with didn't kind of do, and it's one of the great joys of discovering 60s sort of Daleks was that when you sort of thought, well, they'd just be like the Daleks that I know. The Daleks don't ever change, do they? And then you discover these sneaky ones here, and they're brilliant in these last two episodes. And then the David Whittaker Daleks, the I am your servant, and the ones that scream when they die, all sorts of things that didn't really happen to 70s or 80s Daleks. And it just shows the joy of discovering things and depths and nuances and little bits of texture to things that you think you know everything about, because the Daleks are pretty on the nose. They do what they do, but actually no. And the gun is covering him, and I love this. It's so you almost feel sorry for Marvick Chen, because actually they are so sort of deliberately cruel. And they let him do it, and they let him have it, and it's impassively, it just watches him, and it doesn't say a word, and it's brilliant because he takes the silence as being, you're frightened of me because I'm Marvick Chen, and everybody else, including the viewer, is going, oh, this is horrible. They're just not even saying anything to him. And he's giving the Dalek orders and it doesn't move. I think that's genius. I think that's really unsettling and really horrible. And it's difficult because there's a couple of things that could be my favourite. So I'm making a mental note here because I absolutely love this, because Chen's going to die. You know Chen's story is going to come to an end. And you're almost sort of disappointed at that prospect because he's been such a good figure. And there's not an awful lot you can do. There aren't many characters left. It's the Daleks, Chen, and the TARDIS regulars. So, that's on the menu for this episode. But you think, so what's he going to do? Is he going to ally himself with Stephen and Sarah? Sometimes that's what happens, isn't it? The baddie finds their conscience or dies doing one last moment of, they get their decency back just before they expire. What they do instead is they ignore him so completely, to take away all of his power, and then they just sort of go, don't even kill him in here. It's sort of like take him out the back and shoot him in the gutter kind of thing. It's utterly brilliant. It's so horribly fitting. I actually can't think, because he's been such a brilliant character. Kevin Stoney is so good. I was almost sort of prepared to sort of go, yeah, and of course, as I say, when he dies, I expect him to die. I expect him to die, and that's so far so predictable. But actually, and those moments can be a bit of a disappointment. But actually, this is so thematically spot on, and it's so wretched. It's such ignominy for somebody that has spent the whole thing puffed up, and it's also brilliant for the Daleks because it shows them at their absolutely most sort of malevolent. They're squat and malevolent and vicious and waspish, and this is the only way that this could end. It's Chekhov's time destructor. You can't have this thing without it going off. So and the doctor's there and has had to set it off. He's had to pull the switch, and actually that makes that takes great advantage of or sort of justifies is the wrong word, but emphasizes why his absence up until this point, from the beginning of episode 11, has been so important, because it's almost like he's abandoned the story until it's time to take it to the worst place it could possibly go, and only Doctor Who can do that. And he sort of called the story's bluff and gone, okay, you want a story with a time destructor, I'm gonna flick the switch. And I love the fact that now Chen's dead. The Dalek Supreme in this is a real character, and all it is it's a Dalek with a different paint job and a slightly different voice, but its important is such that it actually shows you don't necessarily need a Davros or an Emperor Dalek to have a Dalek that makes a real impact. You can just have a Dalek, but just give them the right things to do. And the Dalek Supreme in this I think is really, really effective, from its squawking at Chen to the fact that it leaves him in the cell last week, to the fact that it completely ignores him this week. Oh, it's great. I'm loving these Daleks, and just in the same way that the coughing Dalek in the chase, or the one that's crap at maths in the chase, is you sort of go, what were you thinking? The fact is that there's never that thing of just going, well, they're just the guys that go exterminate and shoot people. There's always an attempt to try and sort of mix it up a bit and go, so what can we do with this? And some of them don't work. I don't think, much as I had fun with the chase, I don't think it does the Daleks any favours. This, however, they're really back to their absolute bad, and those things I said about, it's a bit of a shame that the way that they treat the delegates. But actually, again, if we were looking from that purely from a Dalek point of view, it's a great way of going, yeah, we've got all these fancy aliens and the Daleks have assembled, but they don't need any of them. And if they want to kill them, if they want to experiment on one of them, they want to summarily execute one of them, they will, and they can, and they're Daleks, and they won't think about the consequences. And almost all those questions I was asking about, and what happens back on the planet of Trantis or whatever, the Daleks don't give a flying monkeys. They just go, yeah, they could do what they want, and if they come and attack us, we'll kill them. We only need one Dalek to do it, kind of thing. And this is, I remember this being really effective when I listened to the soundtrack, and I think Hartnell is great in this, and Sarah's been with us for, she's undergone a real transformation from the monosyllabic curt sort of emotionless killing machine, who will do as she's ordered. She's almost sort of quite Dalek-like herself, isn't she? She does as she's told. She dispatches people without second thought. But through her encounter with the Doctor and with Stephen, we see the real person underneath. She sort of humanizes to the extent that she's a mate of ours now, and keep going. I think anyone that sort of says keep going, don't wait for me. I'm a sucker for all of those. I actually was once playing Call of Duty with someone, and I was really struggling with the controls, and I kept getting hit in it. And I just went, "Oh, just leave me," which of course I couldn't do because it's a computer game. But it is a sort of a dramatic thing that happens when you're in states of great peril. If it's just too much, if you're too wounded or can't cope anymore, just go, keep going. And she says keep going, and it's a race. It's literally a race against time, this, isn't it? And the Doctor's holding death in his hands, and the sound is wonderful again. Let's go back to Brian Hodgson and listen to that wonderful wind, and poor old Stephen is kind of, he's been removed from the story and he's as helpless as we are, and actually that's really effective. We know that time is running out elsewhere, and it's almost like he's on the other side. He's Kirk on the other side of the glass from Spock, isn't he? He's kind of he bangs the control, and I bet Peter Purves did all of that very, very well, because he's really good at the intense, dramatic stuff. And it's not that the story doesn't know what to do with Stephen. Stephen is there, deliberately impotent. Time is standing still almost where Stephen is in the safety of the TARDIS, and it's out of control everywhere else. And this is I think they've very effectively in the recon used a bit of Hartnell with some of the web on him from the Web Planet to suggest that he's old. And we've got these brilliant pictures, haven't we, of Sarah on film aging into the actress May Warden, who is in that very famous. There's a thing that's shown on New Year's Eve in Germany every year, and I can't remember the name of it now. And it's a sort of comedy short from the UK, and the actress that is in it is May Warden, whose other claim to fame is that she's the uncredited old Sarah Kingdom in the Daleks Masterplan. She's also in an episode of Adam Adamant Lives, but it's a harrowing image as well, and they don't stint on it. If those photos that we've got that are so well used here are anything to believe, it's and you can imagine. Camfield would have filmed it well, and Hartnell's there, all covered in dust. The effects of the time winds, as it were, and she's really grimacing, May Warden, and you could hear, in Jean Marsh's performance as well. That we don't know where one stops and the other begins, but it seems to be pretty harrowing, and it's a great way of ending the story of not just the death of somebody, but a pretty visceral and unpleasant, and there's something about aging to death that is particularly cruel, and it sort of ties in with what I was talking about those colour photos from so long ago, and you think, well, that moment frozen in time, because we all age, but we age very, very slowly, so it's not as frightening. It's always a bit scary when you see pictures of yourself suddenly from 20 years ago. You see people you knew as young suddenly when they're old. It's suddenly, oh my God, that's a bit, oh blimey. But time is slightly kinder to us because it wears away at us incrementally. So to actually have it all condensed into a very short space of time, where the young, vital Sarah ages, does that thing that normally happens as a natural process so sort of quickly and devastatingly is brilliant. It's a genius way to end this with the stakes really high. And this is, Doctor Who in the 60s is often sort of quite quaint and often quite silly when it doesn't mean to be. But this is really, this is aiming high. This is aiming to be gut-wrenching. Quite often people die in Doctor Who, but it's just a bit like, it's just a sort of moment. It's just a sort of dramatic shorthand because people die in these sorts of program. This is designed to be harrowing, and I think from what we hear of the terrible, wretched noises that Hartnell makes as he sort of urges Stephen back, and he's obviously been through the mill. It's a brilliant performance from Hartnell. It's quite horrifying. And I think I think this is a performance from him I would really like to see. I think he's been excellent in this story actually. Sarah's not there. No. And that's the really sort of touching thing. That's again the stuff of these sorts of dramas, but it's stuff I'm an absolute sucker for. It's not just that she died, it's that she went back for him and helped him, and it's that noble sacrifice thing that runs through Doctor Who as a thing that it's I don't want to get too highfalutin about it, but actually the thing about self-sacrifice and doing the stuff that is not necessarily in your interests or about you is as appropriate a moment of storytelling now as at any time, because I think today's times are quite narcissistic, and you occasionally need a reminder that you're not the centre of the universe, as Sarah Kingdom realised that there was a lot more at stake than just her, and made the ultimate sacrifice. And that's terribly moving and inspiring, but also gut-wrenching, because she could have survived, or well, no, she couldn't have done. But it's the self-conscious act of sacrifice that is very moving, because it's to run into the storm is that that's a conscious act of sacrifice. And then we have the brilliant thing of the Daleks turning into embryos, which again gives a little sneak peek into the insides of the Dalek, which is always an exciting thing. But this story ends with utter devastation, dust. And Hartnell is great. He's so wretched, and Stephen is so grim. It's brilliant. And I think it really earns the 12 episodes. No, they don't. They are rewarded. The 12 episodes that put in a lot of work to make an epic story that director Douglas Camfield has worked week in, week out for 3 months on the trot, let alone the pre-planning. I think it's really earned its place as an epic in Doctor Who's history. As I say, I've not been shy about making certain criticisms of it, but actually, when you take it as a whole and you get to these last 2 episodes, I think in particular, which really interestingly don't go for the sort of big grandstanding with loads of characters and actually the sort of threat to Earth and everything is sort of off stage in a way. It's and this last episode, what the cast is the 3 regulars, Marvick, Chen, and the Daleks. But I think it's nice, because often Doctor Who forgets somebody 2 episodes after they've died. The fact that Stephen goes not just Sarah but Brett, Katerina. It's a kind of it's a list of the dead. It's a list of what it's cost us to get here, where everything is reduced to dust. And it brilliantly, even though the next story is War of God, the massacre is dour and grim and brilliant. I love the massacre. It doesn't go, oh yeah, we need a cliffhanger to make people come back next week, as Doctor Who, was par for the course Doctor Who of this time. Instead, it went, no, we stop now. There has been enough. Oh, special sound effects by the BBC Radiophonics Workshop. Special credit. There's a special credit too for production assistant Victor's Retellis, who I know Douglas Camfield felt had done extra special work. I've interviewed Vic. He lives in Australia. One of the few people to work to Doctor Who and Home and Away. I know there's others, but he's one who directed Home and Away. Never directed Doctor Who, but did direct Blake Seven and Secret Army. But Vic is a spiky and interesting guy. I like him. I literally just sort of sent a message out of the blue to him, and to my surprise got a yes, and had a lovely Skype call. I didn't really know what I was doing when I was interviewing people then. I sort of when I think I should really revisit Vic and chat to him again, but I had so few hours in the day. But that was really good. That was really good. And I think, its payoff rose to the occasion. I think that's a brilliant episode of Doctor Who. I think those last two episodes are really special. So what am I going to? I'm really torn. I'm feeling a bit Natalie Imbruglia. I think, was she in Home and Away? Or was she? No, I think she was Neighbours. But I think Natalie's there lying naked on the floor going, is it the way that the Daleks ignore a totally blank Marvick Chen, which I really think, because it's so unexpected, because it's so unusual, and yet it's so right. I love it. I could sing songs about that. But also, there is the destruction of time sequence, much of which we can only imagine, sure. But we know that Sarah's aging was done on film, so there's that's that they're going to have had the chance to make that really good. We know from the photos that May Warden, is looks like she's really struggling and is visibly old. There's no crap makeup there or anything like that. It's just Sarah is reduced to being an old lady, and we know that Jean Marsh has to go through the mill prior to that, because we can discern that from the soundtrack, and Hartnell's reaction and that scream he gives, that wretched noise that he gives as he sort of urges Stephen back into the TARDIS. Hartnell's brilliant. Oh, and the fact that, it's the end of the story. They unleash the destruction of time and everything is left as just dust. It's a brilliant ending. It's so good. Oh, because of course I've got to do the bonus thing as well. But the bonus thing is not usually two things from the same episode. The bonus thing is usually a sort of overarching thing. And, something like Douglas Camfield, who I think really deserves a nod for his work, for the sheer scale and ambition of what he does, and the fact that in those episodes that we've got, even by episode 10 when he must have been knackered, he's got that fade from the sun to the Daleks dome, that segue, that vision mixing, that he's still being so visually ambitious and clever. And I love the delegates. They're a thing too. Oh, so what am I gonna choose? And should I play the game a little bit? Surely Ian will choose the destruction of time and the death of Sarah. I'm sure that terrified him as a child and has stayed with him. Oh, or should I just be true to my heart? I think the ending is great, but I keep being drawn to the Daleks just ignoring Marvick Chen and just taking him out, killing him, because I think that as I said, well, I said what I think it said about him and what it said about the Daleks. That's my thing from episode 12. But then I will also choose as my bonus thing the ending, which has the destruction of time, the death of Sarah, and just the way that it ends and the fact that it doesn't lead into the next story. So I hope by implication, Douglas Camfield takes credit for many of the things that I've chosen. But it just seems quite simplistic to choose the director. And I know there'll be times, I'm sure, when I choose Douglas Camfield again. And it doesn't really matter, does it? I'm there going, but history needs to record that. No, it doesn't. This is just nobody talking on a podcast. I don't need to worry about whether the keepers of the Douglas Camfield archival ledger in the great history of the universe notes whether Toby Hadoke's time travels gave him due credit. Nobody cares apart from me at this stage, because I'm sure you've lost the will to live by now as well. So, with a salute to Douglas Camfield, and various different hand gestures and ways of walking to the delegates, I'm going to choose for this episode the way that the Daleks ignore Marvick Chen, because it's brilliant. And then for the bonus thing, the end, the destruction of time, and just the culmination of the epic. What has Ian chosen?
And then we have the Doctor returning for episode 12. And the destruction of time. I remember watching that episode very much, and the scene there, which I would obviously that I remember most, is Sarah Kingdom aging to death. I didn't realise that it was quite like Roger Haggard's She, but it was quite horrific. The Doctor was affected by the time destructor as well, and maybe that caused later on his regeneration, his first regeneration. But Sarah dying was a shock. She had more or less from killing her brother, which was shocking to start with, to becoming a real good companion. There was a good relationship between Stephen and Sarah. They could imagine they would be a team. They could go on to have more adventures, but it didn't happen that way. Sarah died, perhaps because she had killed her brother. It was inevitable that she had to die. She couldn't continue as one of the companions in a lead part. It was inevitable. But then after that, Sarah aging to death was the comment, "What a waste," said the Doctor. "What a terrible waste," which is a really good message. It's not really like some more recent episodes. They're making a really good point that war, or plotting war, or selfishness or greed, which was behind the Dalek Masterplan, was a waste. War is always a waste, a terrible waste. And it's not surprising that was a story that was partly written by Terry Nation. So the cost, as Stephen said, Sarah, Katerina, Brett, all these deaths, these people he cared about, all had to die to stop the Daleks. So either Sarah Kingdom aging to death, or the final statement from the Doctor, the cost of defeating the Daleks in the Daleks Masterplan. It's a Doctor Who story which has everything. It's got adventure, it's got scares, it's got thrills, it's got excitement, it's got a little bit of comedy as well. Takes you to unusual places. And it ends not from the way it started, because there's just the Doctor and Stephen now at the end of Masterplan. And there is no other companions. And it was a few episodes on that they had another companion who was Dodo, but she didn't last long, sadly, as well. So, season 3 of Doctor Who, brilliant in every way.
Yeah, and I've got another video from Ian because I know he forgot to do the bonus, so that's on another video. But so while I find that, I will concur. I think season 3 of Doctor Who is brilliant. I know John Wiles was not an easy fit for Doctor Who, but actually I think the darkness, and I mean there's comedy in Wiles Who as well, and it's of the Donald Cotton variety, which I adore. But the ambition that it has to sort of play with the sort of philosophical aspects of the show and to tell sort of quite gutsy stories is I think undervalued, because you know the way that we tell the story of season 3 is that it's tonally a bit all over the shop, and we know that Wiles didn't like Hartnell and vice versa, but I actually think that the stories are ambitious, occasionally dour, but definitely moving and gutsy, and they're very emotional at times. And I've loved watching the Daleks Masterplan as 12 episodes. I was quite disappointed when I first saw episodes 5 and 10, because viewed sort of on their own, they aren't one especially representative, until you don't get it in context. I so envy Ian, because when I came to the Daleks Masterplan, Katerina and Sarah were dead. When Ian came to the Daleks Masterplan, Katerina had only just joined, and you'd never met Sarah. And as he said there, you met her and she killed her brother, and then you got to know her, and that sort of lulls you into oh, okay, well she's thawed and she's become a friend of ours, and we've almost forgotten that she killed her brother. And now she's dead. And yeah, that line of the Doctor's at the end, what a waste, was wonderful. And what's been a real joy for me of this is because it's been such a long one. I've been posting up on my Patreon the earlier episodes before recording these, and it's been such a joy that the people on Patreon have been sort of commenting so favourably on Ian's contribution, that what a valuable insight it is from these earliest of fans, giving us their memories of what it was like watching these stories at the time, before we knew that Doctor Who was a Time Lord, before there was colour, before Doctor Who was more than 4 years old. And I envy Ian. I mean, I loved the way that I discovered Doctor Who piecemeal, and I remember when I first discovered about the Daleks Masterplan, I was reading about this 12-part amazing epic, with a prologue and 2 companions die in it, and that was thrilling, reading about all of those and imagining them, and hopefully getting to see them one day. And I still have that desire. I've still discovered it piecemeal, a couple of episodes, then some clips from missing episodes, and then a missing episode turning up, and then listening to the soundtrack. Or did I listen to the soundtrack first? But do you know what I mean? And still there's a chance that some more footage might turn up, or an episode might turn up, or there'll be photos of the delegates, say even from episode 3, where we don't even know. I'm guessing now from what I've sort of dug around watching this now, and I think my assumptions are correct, but that hadn't occurred to me before I started doing this. So that archaeological joy is great, and it fills me with zeal, and it provokes me and makes me excited, and I love that discovery. But I also know that I slightly missed out by not being born 12, 13 years old. Would I exchange it for being a bit older? Who knows? And those are the games that time plays. Oh, the destructiveness of time. So what's Ian chosen for his bonus? Oh, this is an 8-minute video. What's he got to say for himself?
Hello, I'm McLachlan.
And
I have been a fan of Doctor Who.
No, okay. So what he's doing is he's doing a recap for me because he felt he'd gone on too long. Well, no, and he's given me a shorter alternative. However, what's his bonus thing?
And what overall would I say? Well, It could be that it was unexpected deaths on it, but I would say that what I particularly liked and was special was William Hartnell's performance. In that story, as in all stories, he was absolutely brilliant. He played an alien you could imagine was an alien. He had various, you could say, faces. Sometimes he was kind, sometimes he was charming, sometimes he was very angry with the scene with Brett. He could be lots of things, but you knew there was lots of mystery to him. And the mystery of Doctor Who is something that I wish they had kept.
Oh, Ian, and like a Doctor Who fan, he can't leave it without just having a little dig at the later manifestations of the show, because that's the beauty of being a Doctor Who fan, is you can always celebrate what you love about it, but you always also need to make the point of what you don't like about it too. I've adored Ian's contribution. So his bonus thing, and I was looking at an all-encompassing thing, probably as a more likely thing of the bonus, and I should have guessed that he would choose Hartnell, and rightly so. Hartnell's excellent in the story, and I do like his idea as well that he suggested that actually, because Hartnell gets less and less to do pretty much as his era proceeds from here, that he's been a bit, his body has been worn a bit thin by the Time Destructor, and that's why you can sort of buy that if you want to tell the story of Doctor Who on a broad canvas, because he's never quite the same again. He's always needing a rest or a day off or an episode lying down. I've loved Ian's contribution. I hope he enjoyed doing it. He certainly did it with zeal. I mean, he's given me nearly 40 minutes worth of recorded material, because what happened there with that where he gives his bonus of the Hartnell is he's given me a sort of a truncated version of his likes for each episode, in case I just wanted brief excerpts of. But no, I much prefer having the whole thing. So thanks to Ian. You see, we learn wisdom from the elders of our tribe, and he's a smart guy, isn't he, and insightful. And he's what I've got from listening to him is like the idea of the Doctor, being weakened by the Time Destructor from here on in. Ian's observations about the Doctor being absent, being less is more. Things like he gives me a fresh perspective on. I knew I didn't know this story particularly well, but I kind of knew it enough to know what happens in each episode, sort of blow by blow. But actually, my perspectives on that have really benefited from his observations, and his observations that come from a slightly different angle and from a slightly different set of circumstances by which the story was introduced to him and under which he appreciated it. Now, we can both watch it now and watch exactly the same renditions of it now, but we come to it from having had different stimuli. And different, and our first exposure to it was different, which means it will never quite be the same for both of us, which is why Doctor Who will never quite be the same, even though we're united by our love, all of us, for this strange show, and we all obviously have a penchant for adventure and humour and imagination and fun. We are made up of so many different things, and Doctor Who is tied up so much with our childhood and how we discovered it first, and then how we not only discovered it, but then what led us to delve so much deeper into it, because we don't just watch Doctor Who. If you're listening to this, you don't watch Doctor Who. You don't just watch Doctor Who. You love Doctor Who so much, you'll listen to a tedious old goat wanging on and giving you facts about... I'm the tedious old goat, not Ian. Facts about, uncredited actors and theories about what the two listed extras in episode 3 are doing and why they might not be doing what it says on a piece of paper that somebody uncovered once and somebody else interpreted another time, but so we all love this show and are interested in this show, and so we will have commonalities. Everyone I know likes Doctor Who is somebody that has a great zeal for minutiae. A lot of people I know, found themselves lost at various times, or misunderstood, or have a brain that's not quite equipped to deal with some of the things that everybody else takes in their stride, and yet a brain that then can deal with other stuff in quite interesting ways. And we're people who are prone to be, I think, and I speak for myself here, sometimes a bit too set in my ways about how I see some things, deeply tedious about others, massively pedantic about others. But it all comes from a love and an interest, and I love Ian's absolute joy. But I noticed that he couldn't resist going. But actually, this is my second favourite story because I prefer the Keys of Marinus. And I love the mystery that Doctor Who had, which I wish it had now. We can't help ourselves, and that's not to demean Ian doing that, because that's exactly how I behave about things in the world. I'm never too far away from knocking that half full glass over so that it's so that the emptiness is there for all to see. I'm so pleased I asked Ian. I've only met him on a small number of occasions, but we wouldn't be here without people like him, and our understanding of the show would not be the same. And I feel that my understanding of this particular show has been enhanced by his presence throughout the course of these 12 episodes. God love him. Well, thanks to Ian K. McLachlan, one of the earliest Doctor Who fans, for taking us on that guided tour on the Daleks Masterplan. An epic, which I've really enjoyed. As I say, even though the journey I've sometimes gone, but actually doing the whole thing as God, Terry Nation, intended. You get to that payoff, and it's not a waste. Oh, it's not a waste. It's a really good use of your time, and I've thoroughly enjoyed that, and I hope that you have too. Oh, I don't know what I'm going to do next. I was really daunted by doing something that was so recon heavy, and a story that that comparatively I've experienced comparatively less than some of the others. But I'm glad I did that. I hope you enjoyed joining me on the journey, and that you don't feel like listening to me has made you age to death. Happy times and places, people. Happy times and places. Ta-ta. Well, thanks very much for listening to Happy Times and Places, which is presented by me, Toby Hadoke, and my special guest, the late Ian K. McLachlan. I'm grateful to Ian and to the many patrons who make this podcast possible, and they include Ian himself, and Keith Say, who's a great fan of these omnibuses, and Peter Adamson, Andrew and Lisa, Catherine Armitage, John Arnold, Kevin Ashelford, Luke Atkins, James Bell, David Bickley, Will Brooks, Rick Byatt, Gary Byrne, Robin Bland, Robbie C, Alex Cavajoglu, Paul Carnahan, Paul Carrington, Andy Case, John Curley, Mark Dakin, John Elledge, Mark Findlay Smith, Joe Ford, Gary Gillett, Paul Goodridge, James Gould, Lisa C. Greco, David Green, Fraser Gregory, Paul Gregory, Legion Henderson, Dave Hoskin, Richie Howarth, Robert Jewell, Andrew Jordan, and Christopher Joyce. The music is by Dave Gates, the artwork by Dylan Patterson. And of course, Ian is a patron no more, but I will continue to read his name out, a bit like Sidney Clute, who was always credited on the opening titles of Cagney and Lacey, even though he had passed away, I think, during one of the earlier seasons. He continued to be on the credits right through to the end, and I will keep giving Ian a nod out of respect. And I would also like to give a nod to his last work, which was in a Blake 7 charity short story compendium called Thieves, Killers, Mercenaries, Psychopaths. And his is the first short story in a 26-story collection, all the money going to an excellent charitable cause. So give that a Google, and that's a great way of paying tribute to Ian. And the reason Ian initially got his name read out on the credits as a patron is because he had gone to patreon.com/Toby Toby Hadoke, where he was kind enough to be one of the very much appreciated bunch who throw a little bit of their hard-earned cash my way, and it is hugely appreciated. And what that ensures is that these broadcasts remain ad-free, and that also I can spend time on making sure they're done properly and on decent equipment, and they're not taking me away from other things that I might be doing to keep a roof over my head. So it's the way we have to do it these days. Sadly, we have to throw these whatever these are, begging monologues, should we call them that? Should we not try and dress it up? But it's what we do. If you are a creative person who puts stuff out there, the gatekeepers are more and more seem either less willing or able, or there's less money about, as our cultural landscape gets fractured. But that means, you can go directly to the people who make the stuff that you like, and people do, and it's a system that is, I think works very happily currently. It's been great for me. I've really enjoyed it, and over at my Patreon page, there are people are there contributing, feeding back, and it's a lovely sort of safe environment in which we can do that, because I know that the people are there because they want to be, and they're not having this stuff thrust down their throats. So if you would like to be part of that, all you have to do is go to patreon.com/Toby Hadoke. It starts for as little as £3 a month, and you can even get 10% off that if you sign up for a year. You get 10% off any tier. As you go higher up the tiers, there are extra little bits and bobs, but all of the content, all of the podcasts, all of the extra material that you get from being a patron, which is bonus releases, early releases, exclusives, Ask Me Anythings, some related interviews, other little bits and bobs, but mostly it's early access. The Happy Times and Places are 6 months in advance, but there are a couple of exclusive podcast strands as well. And yeah, so that's for as little as £3 a month, and it's at patreon.com/Toby Hadoke. You also get your name read out on the credits, like what I did there. But look, I know that times are tough. There's a Ko-fi model, which is where you just buy me the occasional coffee. I mean, I might not spend it on coffee. I do occasionally have a coffee, but not very often. And I work from home, so tend to drink coffee that's much cheaper by being bought for a domestic purpose rather than, look, you know how coffee works anyway. But internet coffee, it's just a way of dressing up that you can bung a couple of quid into my coffers if you've particularly liked an edition of a podcast, or a joke, or a piece of research, or I just sounded particularly needy and you feel particularly flush. Whatever combination of things means you might wish to bestow something upon me, you can do that at ko-fi.com/Toby Hadoke. There are no bonuses or any exclusives there, but it's just another way of doing it, especially if you don't want to commit to a monthly payment. But look, I know that times are tough. Goodness me, I've seen how things have gone up in the supermarkets. I can only speak for this country, but the whole world is a funny old place. But this country is going bonkers at the moment in terms of food prices, energy prices, cost of living. If all this does means that I'm talking to you and you're listening to something you want to hear and you like it, and it gives you distraction, diversion, a little bit of comfort, hopefully the odd smile, then that is good enough for me. I'm touched that we are able to do that. These things started during COVID, and that was the entire point, which was to be, was to be feel like I was part of a community, even though I wasn't necessarily directly talking face to face, one on one. And I've carried on doing that, and there is something special, I think, about that amidst all the terrible things that are going on in the world. Yes, these things are spectacularly unimportant, but it's nice to feel part of something. It's nice to feel that I'm talking to people and amongst friends, and I hope that you feel that too. And that is all free, and I'm happy for it to be. I'm happy for this to be free at the point of contact, and any payment is entirely voluntary, and entirely voluntary. I think that's a good model for me. If you can or want to, do. If you can't or don't want to, don't. I appreciate the fact that anybody listens to these things first and foremost. Anything else is a bonus. But if you've just spent 4 hours listening to this, which you have, what you could do is spend a couple of minutes giving them a nice write-up in various corners of the internet, especially iTunes, Podbean, Spotify, those places, and spreading the word on social media, Facebook and Twitter. That would be really, really helpful, because it helps to separate these from the crowd. But mostly, I think I'd like us to go away from this with very fond memories of Ian K. McLachlan, who was a game and joyous contributor to this. I was dreading Daleks Masterplan. I really was. And he got me through it, really. And I found him good company, even though we weren't talking directly to each other, and informative and instructive. But it just made me connect with a childhood I never actually had, because it was before I was born. But that's a little bit of the magic of Doctor Who, and that's why even events that happened before we were conscious, cognizant, or even in existence, we can get transported back to them, and even they can be for us happy times and places.